Chapter 1507. Broken saber cannot break because the great dragon desolate domain has not been in contact with the outside world for many years. It is relatively backward in terms of inscription and tool refining. In addition, the old inscription masters in the great dragon desolate domain have gone to the immortal desolate, which led to a lack of outstanding inscription masters. The saber that Qin Yun took out at this time looks like a very good saber from the outside. It made everyone on the scene envious, especially Sect Master Bei Feng, who is next to Hong Quangang. He stretched his neck to look at the runes on the saber. Hong Quangang fondled the saber admiringly and exclaimed, "Good saber, good saber." Songshuan Sect Master's face is also filled with jealousy. He said with a smile, "Congratulations to Sect Master Hong Long for obtaining such a treasure saber." Sect Master Fuyun really did what he said. "It is really unexpected for you to take out such a generous gift as thanks." The people who were laughing at Qin Yun for not being able to take out good things now lowered their heads and didn't speak. They shrank into the crowd, worried that they would be laughed at. "This is just a small gift to show my respect," Qin Yun said with a smile. "This is not a small gift," Hong Quangang said. "This is really too precious, Sect Master Fuyun. Your Fuyun sect definitely needs this kind of weapon more than us. I will return it to you. Don't worry, I still have more." Qin Yun waved his hand and said, "Even if our floating cloud sect is equipped with good equipment, we won't be able to display our true power. But it is different in the hands of Sect Master Hong Long. We will need your protection in the future." Hong Quangang said with a smile, "Sect Master Fuyun, rest assured, in the great dragon desolate domain, whoever dares to bully you is bullying my Hong Longshan." He deliberately spoke very loudly, shaking the sky above the Fuyun heavenly mountain. This made the elders of the Tsongshuan sect feel an inexplicable pressure. They are very worried that Hong Quangang will retaliate against their Tsongshuan sect. The Tsongshuan sect disciples who previously laughed at Qin Yun didn't dare to make a sound. Sect Master Bei Feng secretly regretted. If his attitude towards the new sect master was better, maybe he would also get a small gift. Hong Quangang tightly grasped the blue saber and poured his powerful golden immortal power into it. The saber body slightly moved, releasing a very strong aura, blue lightning and flame. This scene caused people to exclaim in amazement. "Leader Hong Long, can you show us this saber? I want to learn." An elder of the Tsongshuan sect suddenly stepped forward. "Elder Liang, you are from the Inscription Profound sect. Look at this saber, could it be that you can refine it?" Hong Quangang said with a smile. Then, he walked over and handed over the saber. Sect Master Tsongshuan and several elders immediately crowded over, staring at the beautiful blue blade. After looking for a while, Elder Liang frowned and said, "This saber seems to be broken." Hong Quangang frowned. "It's broken?" "Yes, look at the surface of the blade, there is a crack." Elder Liang seemed to be very happy and said anxiously, "Headmaster Hong Long, this is indeed a small gift, it is actually a broken saber." When sect leader Bei Feng heard this, he chuckled coldly and said, "A meager gift is a meager gift. But isn't gifting such a broken saber a little too immoral? Floating Cloud Sect Master, you really have bad intentions. You're going to kill people by giving them such a broken weapon." Elder Liang angrily rebuked, "Sect Master Hong Long has been good to your Floating Cloud sect and has protected you for many years, but you are gifting him a broken king-grade immortal saber? This broken saber is not even comparable to a low-grade immortal artifact." Sect Master Tsongshuan sighed and said, "Sect Master Fuyun, you shouldn't have deceived Headmaster Hong Long like this. You can't gift such a broken weapon to him for the sake of face, it is really harmful." A Tsongshuan sect elder coldly snorted and said, "The Xieyang race is a great enemy, and a fierce battle is about to break out at any time. Yet, you gift such a broken weapon to Headmaster Hong Long, are you trying to kill him?" "Sect Master Fuyun, what else do you have to say?" quickly apologize to him. Hong Longshan's kindness is really unrequited. Sect Master Fuyun is young and impetuous. For the sake of face, he actually gave a broken saber to Headmaster Hong Long. Fortunately, Elder Liang saw through it. Sect Master Hong Long, from now on, you should cut all ties with Floating Cloud Sect. This kind of guy is not worthy of your protection. The people of Tsangshuan Sect and North Wind Valley all criticized Qin Yun and loudly rebuked him. Hong Longshan's people didn't say anything because they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Are you trying to drive a wedge between my Hong Longshan and Floating Cloud Sect? Hong Quangang laughed and said, Sect Master Fuyun just said that this is a meager gift. Even if it is broken, it is still a good saber. I don't dislike it. Why do you dislike it? Elder Liang shook his head and sighed. Sect Master Hong Long, if you use this saber to fight, it will be very dangerous. It will kill you. Qin Yun, who has been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth and said, My saber is indeed broken. But this saber is a bit special. After being refined, it can repair itself. You are still quibbling. Elder Liang angrily rebuked. I am the Inscription Profound Sect. I have been immersed in the Inscription Tao for so many years. How can I not see whether this saber is good or bad? What self-repairing weapon? You are just making it up. Sect Master Fuyun, don't swindle people anymore. Sect Master Hong Long is very straightforward. That's why he didn't bicker with you, yet you still want to continue deceiving him? Truly unrepentant. Sect Master Bei Feng furiously said. In fact, the people of Tsangshuan Sect and North Wind Valley were very jealous that Hong Quangang obtained a good saber. Now that they have determined that the saber is broken, they are very happy. They gathered their anger on Qin Yun, trying to drive a wedge between Hong Longshan and Floating Cloud Sect. Qin Yun faintly smiled and said, Elder Liang, do you have a weapon in your hand? Do you dare to exchange one blow with that broken saber? Humph! Why wouldn't I dare? Old Liang sneered. Then, he took out a long sword. He held the blue saber in one hand and the long sword in the other. Then he poured very strong golden immortal power into both his hands. Bang! Elder Liang let the saber and sword collide, creating a loud sound. After the sound, the saber and sword are both safe and sound. This caused everyone to burst into an uproar because they all know that Elder Liang is from Inscription Profound Sect. His weapon must be very good. But now, he is not able to destroy that broken saber. Elder Liang's face is filled with shock. He doesn't believe in heresy and increased his power, making the saber and sword collide even more fiercely. Bang bang bang, enough enough! Hong Quangang promptly walked over and snatched the saber. He said with smile, This saber is very powerful. Sect Master Fuyun did not swindle me. Those people who criticized Qin Yun earlier have very unsightly expression because the saber is not as broken as they imagined. Kacha! The long sword in Elder Liang's hand suddenly shattered and fell to the ground. Everyone became absolutely silent. Elder Liang's sword was also a royal-grade celestial sword. However, after a few clashes, it had been broken by him. Moreover, he had broken it himself. Everyone can see that Elder Liang's heart is broken. The wrinkles on his old face are trembling. Elder Liang, restrain your grief and accept fate. Hong Quangang patted Elder Liang's shoulder and comforted him. Elder Liang, you can tell that saber is very strong just by testing it. Why did you test it a few more times? Otherwise, your sword wouldn't have been broken. Qin Yun said with sigh. That saber is really a broken king-grade immortal saber? Elder Liang's eyes are wide open. He doesn't dare to believe the saber in Hong Quanggang's hand. Of course not, I never said it was a king-grade immortal saber. It is a sacred saber, I picked it up by chance. Although it is broken, it is still not something a king-grade immortal tool can compare to. It is actually a sacred tool. Everyone is stunned, even Hong Quangang is extremely excited. His hand holding the saber is slightly trembling. Elder Liang's heart is filled with pain and anger. He believes that Qin Yun deliberately concealed the fact that the saber is a sacred saber, otherwise he would not have used his beloved immortal sword to fight against the sacred saber. A broken sacred saber is indeed much better than a king-grade immortal tool. After all, it is refined from saint-tier materials. This young man's cultivation is not high yet, he has a sacred tool. Moreover, he gave it away without any heartache. This caused Songshuan Sect Master Bei Feng, and other elders to find it hard to believe. When Qin Yun attacked the Scarlet Massacre Holy City, he killed many sacred desolate warriors and also picked up some sacred tools. But because those sacred tools were hit by Sacred Flame Arrow of Annihilation and 9 Sun Divine Hammer, they were more or less damaged. Sacred Saber. This is something from Sacred Desolate. Hong Chuangong's eyes under his thick white eyebrows opened very wide. He said in astonishment, "No wonder I became so strong after pouring immortal power into it." Elder Liang is only from the Inscription Mysterious sect. It is understandable that he can't recognize a sacred tool. Songshuan Sect Master's eyes are incomparably red. He also couldn't tell that it is a sacred tool. Elder Liang is now feeling endless heartache. He also feels incomparably ashamed. He wishes he could find a hole to burrow into. Those people who loudly reprimanded Qin Yun earlier are acting as if nothing happened. Hong Quangang laughed heartily and said, "Look at all of you, none of you are clear about the matter and you are blaming Sect Master Fuyun. Little brother gave me a sacred saber, even if it is broken, it is still much stronger than an immortal tool." Although those people are very thick-skinned, they are now blushing a bit. Qin Yun said with smile, "Sect Master Hong Long, you should refine it more in the future. That saber will surely be restored to its original state. At that time, it will be a perfect and undamaged sacred saber." Hong Quangang nodded and said, "As expected of a sacred tool, its ability is truly formidable, it can actually repair itself. Now, everyone believes that the saber can repair itself. After all, it is a sacred tool that can easily destroy Elder Liang's king-grade immortal sword." "Sect Master Fuyun, you are from Immortal Desolate, what is the situation outside?" "We have not gone out for a long time, I heard that they are preparing to exterminate the world," Songshuan Sect Master asked. "It is a great era outside. Many people from Sacred Desolate have come, they have some sacred tier equipment in their hands. They dropped a lot of equipment when they fought with the enemy, I passed by and conveniently picked them up. All the seniors here are itching to immediately run to Immortal Desolate because it sounds like they are very easy to pick up. It seems like we should go out and take a stroll when we have time. Everyone, please come inside," Songshuan Sect Master said with smile. Chapter 1508. Time and Space Disorder. Chapter 1508. Battle. Hong Quangang said, "Battle? I also heard about it. Floating Cloud Sect Master, you are only a first-layer Dao immortal, right?" Songshuan Sect's chief disciple is a 9th-layer Dao immortal. "How many days until the battle begins?" "9 heavens! I will do my best to become stronger," Qin Yun said with smile. "Floating Cloud Sect Master, you can't use equipment in battle. If you want to win with equipment, it won't work," Songshuan Sect Master said with smile. "Of course I won't win with equipment," Qin Yun faintly smiled. "Floating Cloud Sect Master, look over there, there is a pagoda called Cloud Dragon Pagoda. It has a total of 6 floors. Hong Quangang pointed at the pagoda and said, "Enter that pagoda and you can quickly increase your cultivation. However, that pagoda only opens once every 100 years and only one person can enter at a time." A Songshuan Sect elder said in low voice, "Cloud Dragon Pagoda belongs to our Songshuan Sect." Hong Quangang said, "It originally belonged to Floating Cloud Sect. Floating Cloud Sect Master has the Floating Cloud token. He should be able to open it." Normally, it takes several years to come out after entering the pagoda to cultivate. Floating Cloud Sect Master won't be very useful in 9 heavens. Songchuan Sect Master said. Just go in and cultivate. Increase as much as you can. Hong Quangang patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile. Floating Cloud Sect Master, you should go in. Your Floating Cloud Sect was so powerful back then because of that pagoda. Old Cripple walked over and said, Sect Master, you have the Floating Cloud token, you can open it once every 10 years. Songchuan Sect doesn't have the Floating Cloud token, so they can only open it after 100 years. Alright, I will go in now. Qin Yun stored away the Floating Cloud Pagoda and said, Great Elder, Thin Cat, you two follow Sect Master Hong Long. I will come out after 9 days. Thin Cat and Old Cripple felt a lot more at ease now because Qin Yun gave Sect Master Hong Long a sacred saber. They will definitely be taken care of by Hong Longshan. The people of the Songchuan sect did not want Qin Yun to enter the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, but it was after all something that belonged to the Floating Cloud sect, and it would be a waste for the Songchuan sect to leave it here. Sect Master Floating Cloud, be careful after you enter. That pagoda has a total of 6 floors. The 6th floor is impossible to enter. You just need to stay on the 1st to 5th level. Remember to come out and fight our chief disciple in 9 days. Everyone followed Qin Yun and walked towards the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. The Cloud Dragon Pagoda was a round pagoda. Each floor was relatively large. Because it was large but not tall, it looked short and fat. The black pagoda was carved with pictures of dragons and many clouds. Moreover, the pagoda looked very old. Qin Yun walked towards a door and took out the Floating Cloud token. The Floating Cloud medallion was inserted into the keyhole of the door. After it was turned, the door opened. The Songchuan sect disciples let out a cheer. Senior Sister stayed in there for 9 years, and when she came out, she became a very strong 9th stage Dao immortal. I heard that after Senior Sister stayed in there for 9 years, she seemed to have changed into a different person. It seems like she went through a lot of training. The last time this tower was opened was more than 10 years ago. Originally, it could only be opened after 100 years, but with the Floating Cloud medallion, it won't take that long. I heard that after different people enter, they cultivate in different ways, and some people can't stay inside for long. Senior Sister is awesome, she stayed inside for 9 years, that's the longest time. Qin Yun heard everyone's discussion and realized that this Cloud Dragon Pagoda is very strange. After he entered, the door automatically closed. Everyone dispersed one after another. Songchuan Sect Master also led the guests into the guest reception hall. The 1st floor is completely empty, there is nothing at all. Qin Yun looked at the 4 walls to see if there are any runes or not, but he didn't find anything special. Isn't this a place to cultivate? Qin Yun also doesn't know how to cultivate because after he came in, he didn't feel any energy. He walked up the stairs and arrived at the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is also the same, there is nothing at all. What the hell? Qin Yun didn't find anything special in the 2nd floor. He can only continue going up. After arriving at the 5th floor, he still didn't find anything special. I can't go up to the 6th floor. But I have the Floating Cloud medallion, maybe I can. Qin Yun quickly walked up the stairs to the 6th floor. At the entrance to the 6th floor, there is a black curtain. Qin Yun wanted to go in but was blocked by the black curtain. He took out the Floating Cloud medallion but still couldn't succeed. What's going on? There must be something on the 6th floor. Qin Yun is even more curious. Xiao Yun, use Mysterious Penetration Divine ability. Ling Yun said. Alright. Qin Yun immediately used Mysterious Penetration Divine ability. He wanted to go through but found that he could only go in a little bit and was bounced out by a power. I can succeed but it seems to be lacking. Qin Yun said with a frown. Yun'er, I will use my strongest power to use mysterious penetration divine ability. And, after you go in, I will help you pay attention to the situation around. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun took a deep breath and then fiercely rushed in. All of a sudden, he felt a very strong spatial energy. He is very surprised there is a special space in the 6th floor. Or it can be said that after he passed through the black curtain, he can go to a special spacetime. I went in. Qin Yun used his strongest power and finally passed through the black curtain. What surprised him is that he arrived in a grassland. There is only one sun in this grassland. The sky is dark blue and there is no evil sun. In the distance there are forests and deep mountains. What is this place? Qin Yun said with a frown. The 6th floor of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda? What surprised him is that there is actually a pagoda in front of him. That pagoda is exactly the same as the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. A pagoda within a pagoda? Qin Yun only felt that the place he is in is very mysterious. When he entered the 6th floor of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, he seemed to have passed through spacetime and arrived in a special space. That is, the pleasant grassland he is in right now. And in this special space, there is actually a Cloud Dragon Pagoda. He quickly walked towards the Cloud Dragon Pagoda and thought, could it be that this is the real Cloud Dragon Pagoda? After arriving at the door of the 1st floor of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, he used the floating cloud medallion to open the door and found a pretty girl wearing a white dress standing in the middle of the 1st floor. Seeing that girl, Qin Yun is stunned. He is very familiar with that young girl's face. Her sweet face has a bit of charm, and within that charm, there is a kind of gentleness that makes people feel at ease. Especially her pair of beautiful eyes that flicker like water, they are filled with endless gentleness and charm. This young girl looks very similar to Siekiru. Qin Yun had seen Siekiru when he was very young. Although Siekiru was very mature and beautiful at that time. However, the current Siekiru in the form of a young girl made Qin Yun feel the same way he felt when he faced Siekiru when he was young. It was only when Siekiru turned into a little girl that Qin Yun could not recognize her for a moment. However, he is still very familiar with that little girl. When the white-dressed girl saw Qin Yun, she is very alarmed and afraid. She asked softly, "Who are you?" "I am Qin Yun. What about you?" Qin Yun asked. He is also incomparably alarmed. Why would he meet the young girl Siekiru here? They all call me little girl." The young girl's eyes are filled with fear as she looked at Qin Yun and said timidly, "Don't you have a name?" Qin Yun looked around. "Then how did you get in?" "Because my talent is good. After passing the assessment, I can enter the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. It was the sect master who sent me in." The young girl looked at Qin Yun's handsome face. She doesn't seem to be that afraid, but her face is still red. "Then I'll give you a name. Your name will be Xianyun." Qin Yun smiled lightly. This was also the name that Siekiru used when she lost her memories. "Thank you, big brother." Xianyun also smiled and said, "I like this name very much." Qin Yun is not sure if the young girl in front of him is Siekiru. He feels that this matter is not simple. "Little Nyenyun, who is your sect master?" Qin Yun asked. "Of course it's the sect master of the Zhongshuan sect." "Big brother, aren't you a disciple of the Zhongshuan sect?" "Oh right, this Cloud Dragon Pagoda only opens once every 100 years. I've only been here for a few days." "Big brother, why did you come in?" Xianyun asked in puzzlement. Qin Yun thought of something and immediately froze. He is also confused. Ling Yuner cried out in alarm. "Xiao Yun, you returned to 9 years ago. This Xianyun is the female chief disciple who is about to fight you." "Holy shit, what's going on?" Qin Yun is also endlessly astonished. After he entered the 6th floor of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, he actually returned to 9 years ago and met Xianyun. I don't know. This might be a very mysterious space-time domain. That Cloud Dragon Pagoda is really too mystical. It's definitely not something that Immortal Desolate can have. Ling Yuner said with a smile. If I didn't guess wrong, this powerful female chief disciple sister became very strong because of you. That is to say, if I go out in 9 days, I will be able to see Sister Kiru, who has grown up? Qin Yun is startled in his heart. In this space-time, you might have to spend 9 years with Xian Yun, but outside, only 9 days might have passed. Ling Yuner said with smile. Xiao Yun, the female chief disciple you are going to fight is Xian Yun. She definitely knows you. What kind of space is this? Qin Yun feels that it is very chaotic, but also very mystical. Don't worry about it, quickly cultivate feelings with little Ninyun and then leave the great dragon desolate domain with her. Ling Yuner said, this might be Sister Kiru's avatar. It is also Moon God's avatar. It is used for rebirth. Star God and Xian Rujing both have this kind of rebirth avatar. Some look exactly the same as the main body, some are different. For example, Xian Rujing and Xian Lingxue look different, but Xian Lingxue is also a spare avatar. Xiao Nianyun, from now on, I will guide your cultivation. Don't be afraid of me. Qin Yun laughed and then let Emo come out. Emo is a cute little fairy, she is very popular among young girls. Such a cute little fairy. Xian Yun was originally a bit afraid of Qin Yun, but after seeing Emo, she became extremely happy. She promptly extended her hand and let Emo fly into her small hand. It seems like Xian Yun's heart is melting because of Emo's cuteness. Her watery beautiful eyes are wide open as she looked at Emo in her palm. She lovingly caressed Emo's face and Xiufang. Hello little sister, I am Emo. Emo said sweetly. Hello, I am Xian Yun. Emo, you are so cute and beautiful. Xian Yun's face is also filled with sweet smile. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Yun, later Emo will often accompany you to play. Cultivating here will not be boring. Chapter 1509. Nether Sun and Nether Moon. Emo flew around and accompanied Xian Yun to play. Qin Yun went to the upper floor to take a look. He originally wanted to enter the second floor, but he was blocked by a power. He used many methods but was unable to enter the entrance of the second floor. Qin Yun can only walk down the stairs. Emo is now flying around Xian Yun, releasing a very beautiful multicolored light. Xian Yun is very happy and tenderly shouted. Little Yun, why can't I enter the second floor? Can you go in? Qin Yun asked. I can't either. Xian Yun shook her head and said softly, you need to be at the second level of Dao Immortal Realm to enter the second floor. So that's how it is. Qin Yun also doesn't know what cultivation he can cultivate here. What made him gratified is that he discovered that the 9 Sun Divine Spirit can absorb a lot of 9 Sun power. The energy inside the Cloud Dragon Pagoda is very rich. After playing with Emo for a while, Xian Yun stopped. Emo entered the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and Xian Yun also began cultivating. Big brother, I want to start cultivating. Xian Yun smiled sweetly and said, I want to become stronger and then go to the Immortal Desolate to take a look. I also want to find a cute and beautiful little fairy to be my companion. And you will definitely find one, Qin Yun said with smile, then took out a soft cushion and let Xian Yun sit on it. Xian Yun is now not afraid of Qin Yun at all. Instead, she has a very intimate feeling towards him. She can't say why it is like this, she only feels that it is because of Emo. Qin Yun originally wanted to guide Xian Yun in her cultivation, but he discovered that after Xian Yun closed her eyes, a burst of cool moonlight power flowed around her body. So strange, why can she directly absorb moonlight immortal power? Qin Yun is secretly astonished. It seems like Sister Kiru is indeed Moon God. She should have mastered a kind of divine art. It might be the memory she was born with. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun began cultivating. Through the 9-sun divine spirit, he absorbed pure yang power into his body. Then he circulated his cultivation technique and cooperated with the nether sun to refine that power and strengthen his immortal power. Half an hour later, Xian Yinyun suddenly shouted, "Big brother! I have a mysterious cultivation technique that I need to cultivate with you, but I'm not sure if I'll hurt you when I cultivate it." "Is it the Sun-Moon Heart Sutra?" Qin Yun asked hurriedly. "Yes, brother, how did you know?" Xian Yinyun was very surprised. "Let's give it a try," Qin Yun said with smile and walked over. "I don't know if I can trust you. If I don't trust you in my heart, I'll make a mistake in my cultivation and harm you," Xian Yinyun said worriedly. When cultivating the Sun-Moon Heart Sutra, if there was a mistake, it was always the male who made the mistake. "It's fine, we'll know once we try." Qin Yun already sat in front of Xian Yinyun and extended his hands. Xian Yinyun also extended her hands and placed them on Qin Yun's palm. Then, she shouted softly, "I'm about to begin. Big brother, just circulate your cultivation technique." Qin Yun now understood why Xian Yinyun was able to obtain the qualifications to enter the Cloud Dragon Pagoda in the Zhongshuan sect. It was because she was born with the moon god's qi method in her memories. Moreover, she was able to master those qi methods thoroughly. Therefore, she was able to stand out among the numerous disciples, even though she was just a young girl. Qin Yun originally thought that it was his guidance that helped Xian Yinyun become very strong, but now it seemed that Xian Yinyun had given him quite a bit of help. "Let's begin." Xian Yinyun took a few deep breaths and then began circulating the Sun-Moon Heart Sutra. Very soon, Qin Yun sensed the gentle and warm immortal power from Xian Yinyun's body enter his body and fuse with the immortal power inside his body. Under the mysterious circulation of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the two immortal power fused together and gave birth to even stronger immortal power. The immortal power produced is very strong. After entering Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun's body, it allowed them to quickly improve. Success. Xian Yinyun's sweet and gentle face has a hint of charm. She said with a gentle smile, "Big brother, this is great, we went very smoothly." Qin Yun looked at the young girl Xie in front of him and sighed endlessly in his heart. He saw Xie little girl appearance before and now he is seeing her young girl appearance again. Yuner, Sister Kir has a clone in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain. It is really strange. Because this clone is too young. Qin Yun suddenly said. Could it be that the remnant soul of Moon God's clone is floating inside? Ling Yuner said. Xiao Yun, it seems like the Great Dragon Desolate Domain is not as simple as the floating cloud heavenly seal, otherwise Sister Kira's clone would not have appeared here. Those Xie Yang race bastards brought a Xie Yang here. They are not looking for the floating cloud heavenly seal. It seems like the thing they are looking for is greatly related to Sister Kiru and my past life. Qin Yun said in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun cultivated for a few months. During this period, Mo frequently ran out to play. She even brought along the awakened little jade rabbit. These two cute little things are also absorbing the peculiar moon immortal power released from Xian Yinyun's body. It is very useful to them. Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun are also very familiar with each other, so from time to time he would touch Xian Yinyun's pretty and soft face. Finally, they broke through to second-level Dao immortal realm together and entered the second floor together. There was nothing else on the second floor of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, but the energy here was much denser than on the first floor. After entering the second floor, they would stop after cultivating for a period of time every day and then discuss all kinds of martial arts and cultivation techniques together. Qin Yun also took advantage of the abundant time. He has to strengthen the martial arts and cultivation techniques he mastered. For example, 9 extinction steps, piercing heavenly finger and other powerful cultivation techniques that he frequently uses. Originally, He wanted to comprehend the heavenly lion totem martial arts, but he was unable to. He suspects that there is a problem with the heavenly lion totem. He obtained the second volume of the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, but it is too complicated, causing him to be somewhat confused. He can only wait until later to hand it over to Yang Shiryu and let her help him plan out the main points of cultivation. Time passed by very quickly while cultivating. Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun cultivated together, and unknowingly, 5 years have passed and they have reached 5th level Dao Immortal Realm. 5 years passed by. Now Xian Yinyun has also become a beautiful and moving great beauty. Qin Yun can finally see the imperial tutor elder sister from his childhood again. Xian Yinyun's sweet face is always so gentle. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickering with autumn ripples always emitted a kind of soft light that makes people's heart warm. When she smiles, that kind of gentleness and charm is very intoxicating. Although she is wearing a simple white dress, her innate elegance and dignity made her have an elegant and peerless charm. This feeling made Qin Yun recall when he was young. That imperial tutor elder sister who was as gentle as water would often caress his little face and tell him stories. At this moment, Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun are cultivating together. They are also on the 5th floor of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. Qin Yun discovered that there is also a black curtain on the 6th floor. He did not dare to recklessly try it. He was worried that if he left the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, he would not be able to accompany Xian Yinyun in her cultivation. In the past few years, Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun's relationship has been extremely good. They often sparred together. Qin Yun also often talked about the interesting things in the Immortal Desolate, especially when he talked about the Guanghan Palace. It made Xian Yinyun yearn for it very much. Just as Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun were seriously cultivating, both of their arms suddenly felt numb. They stretched out their arms and pressed their palms together. However, at this moment their palms are emitting black gas. "Big brother, what's going on?" Xian Yinyun opened her eyes and looked at the black gas. Qin Yun used his mental power to control his sleeves to roll up. He saw that many black runes appeared on his arms. Those are Nether Sun Totem, they have unknowingly appeared. Soon after, he used his mental power to control Siekiru to roll up her sleeve. He saw that many black runes also appeared on her soft and tender jade-like arms. What surprised him is that the totem on Xian Yinyun's arms is actually the Nether Moon Totem. He and Xian Yinyun have cultivated together for so many years, but he never discovered that Xian Yinyun has a nether moon in her body. But now it seems that Xian Yinyun has a nether moon in her body. Moreover, it is a very powerful one. Nether Sun and Nether Moon totem runes have fused together. "Yinyun, do you know what's going on?" Qin Yun said. I don't know. I have 2 nether moons in my body. These totem runes appeared in my body a long time ago, but this is the first time they came out by themselves." Xian Yinyun shook her head. "There shouldn't be any problem, right? Let's continue cultivating," Qin Yun said. The fact that Xian Yinyun has 2 nether moons in her body made him very surprised. He doesn't know if it is the kind cultivated or the kind captured from nature. What made Qin Yun pleasantly surprised is that he sensed that a small needle has been cultivated inside his mental nether moon. That small needle is somewhat similar to the floating cloud divine needle. The floating cloud divine needle usually uses mental power, but now the nether moon has actually cultivated the form of force, based on the floating cloud divine needle. Qin Yun has long mastered the nether moon totem, but he rarely uses it because he doesn't know what its main use is. It should be because you have cultivated together for many years that you have reached the key point of fusion, Ling Yuner said with smile. This is a good thing. Qin Yun originally thought that it was a good thing, but what happened next caused him to feel depressed because his cultivation can no longer increase. However, Xian Yinyun can increase her cultivation and her speed is very fast. "Big brother, what's going on? Did I seize a portion of your power?" Xian Yun said very guiltily because her current cultivation speed is much faster than before and Qin Yun's has not improved at all. It's nothing, let's continue. Qin Yun quickly figured out the reason why his cultivation can't increase. That is because when they are cultivating together, the energy is transformed into mental power and absorbed by the nether moon to refine the small needle. Qin Yun is not proficient in nether moon cultivation and Xian Yun is cultivating nether moon. Now that he is cultivating together with Xian Yun, it is a great opportunity to cultivate mental nether moon. Therefore, Qin Yun's mental nether moon snatched away that portion of power. What surprised Qin Yun the most is that the nether moon totem and nether sun totem can be combined. What will happen after the combination? He is still not too clear. Chapter 15:10. Divine Needle Spirit Qin Yun doesn't know why his mental nether moon is cultivating a small needle. It looks like the floating cloud divine needle, but it doesn't look like the heavenly Tao's proud power. It has its own heavenly Tao power. Heavenly Tao flame violent power and heavenly Tao arrogant power both have their own Tao power. They can make immortal power stronger and faster, more penetrative and destructive. And now, the thing cultivated by mental nether moon has no Tao power at all. Don't tell me I have to cultivate it to take shape to have my own Tao power? Qin Yun is puzzled in his heart. The cultivation of mental power might be different. Ling Yuner said. Nether sun is born after the destruction of a huge sun. It has a very strong devouring power. 9 suns have been destroyed many times, so they can give birth to Nether Sunday. And in the distant, endless starry sky, those bigger suns give birth to even stronger Nether suns. The birth of Nether moon is different from Nether sun, it is rather mysterious. Little Nian Yun, do you feel any difference from before? Qin Yun looked at Xian Yun and asked. Immortal power has become a lot stronger. Xian Yun said, the immortal power that flowed back to me from your body has become even stronger. Big brother, I am worried that I will steal your immortal power. Qin Yun said with a smile, you did not steal my immortal power. I am currently cultivating mental power, so I don't need too much immortal power. And the special moon immortal power you released is very strong, it is very suitable for me to cultivate mental power. Really? Xian Yun finally felt a bit relieved because the immortal power she obtained now is very strong and very abnormal. And don't worry. Qin Yun nodded. After they cultivated together for 2 years, most of the nether sun and nether moon totems can fuse together and the immortal power they released became even stronger. Qin Yun and Xian Yun are now very shocked. Because the totem runes on their arms were originally pitch black, but as they couldn't fuse together, they gradually turned white. Only when they fuse together will they turn white and release a kind of soft white mist. After 2 years of cultivation, Qin Yun realized that Xian Yun is the same as him. She is unable to completely control those totems. Xian Yun had 2 nether moons. One was responsible for strengthening the fleshly body, while the other was responsible for strengthening the spiritual soul. Her nether sun is the same as Qin Yun, she can cultivate 3 forms of Tao force. What shocked Qin Yun was that in just 2 years, Xian Yun had broken through from the 5th level of the Tao Immortal Realm to the 9th level of the Tao Immortal Realm. This speed was much faster than before. When cultivating, it was originally harder to improve. But in just 2 years, Xian Yun reached the 9th level of the Tao Immortal Realm. This was mainly because when they cultivated together, the nether sun and nether moon totems could fuse together, thus producing more and stronger immortal power. Brother, you're only at the 5th stage of the Tao Immortal Realm. Xian Yun's beautiful face was filled with worry. Did you pretend to say that you cultivated the soul in order to not make me think too much? She felt that something was amiss with Qin Yun's situation. She had broken through so quickly, but Qin Yun had not broken through at all. Truly not. Qin Yun said with smile. Brother, you must be lying to me. Did I steal your immortal power? Xian Yunyun puffed up her face and said with hidden bitterness, You were so good to me, yet I stole your cultivation. I'm so bad. Qin Yun smiled in relief. He extended his hand to caress Xian Yunyun's delicate face and said with smile, Little Nianyun, I really didn't lie to you. Soon after, Qin Yun explained the situation of his mental nethermoon to Xian Yunyun in detail. In order to make her believe, Qin Yun even released the nethermoon. When Xian Yunyun saw the nethermoon released by Qin Yun, she finally believed. The guilt in her heart was completely swept away. I still have to thank little Nianyun. It was you who made my mental nethermoon suddenly become so strong. Qin Yun said with smile. Really? It's really great to be able to help Big Brother. Xian Yunyun said with sweet smile. Big Brother, I'm now a 9th level Dao immortal. I won't absorb immortal power anymore. I want to help you cultivate. Continue breaking through, you can become a golden immortal. Qin Yun said. Xian Yunyun shook her head. No, I want to help Big Brother become stronger. Qin Yun hopes that Xian Yunyun will become stronger. He said again. Little Nianyun, be obedient and listen to Big Brother. Continue to cultivate and become stronger. I won't listen, I want to help Big Brother become stronger. Xian Yunyun pouted and said coquettishly, If you don't let me help, I won't let you touch my face in the future. All right. Qin Yun laughed helplessly. If Xian Yunyun doesn't let him touch her face, it would truly be an unbearable punishment. Xian Yunyun sweetly smiled and said, Big Brother, then let's quickly cultivate. Sect Master said that after entering the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, we can be sent out at any time. Qin Yun is actually not worried because he and Xian Yunyun have only been in the Cloud Dragon Pagoda for 7 years. There are still 2 years left. Alright. Qin Yun touched Xian Yunyun's face. Just as he was about to begin, he saw Xian Yunyun's body suddenly distort. Little Nianyun! Qin Yun shouted in alarm. Big Brother! Xian Yunyun anxiously shouted because she also saw the space around Qin Yun's body distort. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yun can no longer see Xian Yunyun. Qin Yun looked around and discovered that this pagoda is still the pagoda within the pagoda. It is still within the Xian artifact's space-time domain. He promptly walked down the pagoda, opened the door and went out. He saw that it is still grassland outside. He can confirm that this is a pagoda within a pagoda. Xiao Yun, it should be that after little Nianyun became a 9th stage Dao immortal, she separated from you. Next, she will spend the last 2 years by herself before leaving the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. Ling Yuner said. Did a person named Xian Yunyun really exist? Could it be my imagination? Qin Yun patted his head. I came to this pagoda within a pagoda and saw Tsangxuan's chief disciple who entered the Cloud Dragon Pagoda back then. I even spent 7 years with her. I don't really believe that this is true. Qin Yun returned to the pagoda and sat on the soft cushion. He sighed and said, If a person named Xian Yunyun really doesn't exist, then let her forever exist in my memories. Definitely. Ling Yuner said with smile. Back then, when little Nianyun entered the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, she definitely saw the future you. Then she spent 7 years with you. This Cloud Dragon Pagoda is truly marvelous. It can let you meet the past little Nianyun and also let the past little Nianyun meet the future you. Really? Qin Yun said with a frown. Maybe there is no such thing as space-time domain, it is just an illusion. Yes, my perception is very strong. I can sense the changes in space-time. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, you must know that the strongest Nether Sun can control time and space. In the future, if you have the opportunity to travel the starry sky and encounter a naturally produced Nether Sun, as long as you approach the vicinity of the Nether Sun, time will become very slow. Then I will continue to cultivate and go out to see if that female chief disciple is really little Nianyun. If it really is, then it is truly too miraculous. Qin Yun can also be considered to have experienced many miraculous things, but this time is the most difficult for him to accept. I speculate that there are 2 cloud dragon pagoda, one in the past and one in the future. When the 2 pagodas overlap, you and little Nianyun will meet. The 2 pagodas are separated, so you and little Nianyun will also be separated. Ling Yuner said somewhat excitedly. Xiao Yun, this Cloud Dragon Pagoda and the Cloud Dragon Mountain Range might have some connection. Qin Yun sighed and said, Whatever, I want to quickly become stronger. Those bastards from the evil sun race are looking for a mysterious head, maybe it is related to me. And, when I see Sister Kiru in the future, I will ask her about the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. Maybe she knows. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yun took a deep breath and began absorbing the power of the 9 suns to cultivate. Because there is no joint cultivation, Qin Yun stopped cultivating the mental nether moon and began cultivating his nether Sunday. Without Xian Yun's joint cultivation, Qin Yun's cultivation speed became much slower. 2 years passed. Qin Yun has only broken through to the 7th level of Dao Immortal Realm. There are still 3 months before we can go out. Xiao Yun, don't raise your cultivation, start comprehending the Heavenly Lion Totem martial arts. Ling Yuner said, Your little Heavenly Lion has already cultivated a large amount of Nether Sun Totem. At this stage, it should have cultivated to perfection. I used the Heavenly Lion Totem martial arts before and released it through the Heavenly Tao's ferocious power. Although my power increased, it was not very obvious. Qin Yun said with frown, What's the reason? Because your Heavenly Lion Totem martial arts is in the early stages, you need to improve it later. Ling Yuner said, How about this, you take out the Heavenly Lion Dragon suppressing cauldron and carve the 9 Heavenly Lion Totems on it. Then use the mysterious fusion Heavenly Rune inside the Gemini treasure mirror to fuse the 9 Heavenly Lion Totems. I can give it a try. I can also let Mo evolve the Heavenly Lion Totem into Immortal Level Totem. Qin Yun thought for a moment and then took out the Floating Cloud Divine Needle. Just as he took out the Floating Cloud Divine Needle, he sensed that the small needle cultivated by the mental nether moon suddenly entered the Floating Cloud Divine Needle. The Floating Cloud Divine Needle was originally a long needle that flickered with cold light. Now that the mental nether moon's small needle has attached itself to it, it immediately turned light golden and many fine runes appeared on its surface. Qin Yun carefully looked at those runes and is immediately shocked. He doesn't recognize those runes. Moreover, those runes look like small dragons that appeared on the surface of the Floating Cloud Divine Needle. What's going on? Qin Yun said in amazement. Floating Cloud Divine Needle, it should be a divine tool. But it doesn't have a tool spirit. The small needle cultivated by your mental nether moon might be the tool spirit. Xiao Yun said. Xiao Yun, your nether sun cultivates Heavenly Tao Flame Berserk power, it is just a small 9 sun divine hammer. I suspect that it is also the tool spirit. I will give it a try and see what kind of effect it has. Qin Yun tightly held the Floating Cloud Divine Needle. Although he is excited in his heart, his hand is very steady. He began carving Heavenly Lion Totem on a beast skin. What caused him to be shocked is that when carving runes, a single rune is accompanied by other runes on both sides. Moreover, it is a whole group of runes. Floating Cloud Divine Needle can naturally form runes and surround the runes I carve. It can make the runes I carve stronger? Qin Yun took a few deep breaths and continued carving Heavenly Lion Totem. Very soon, he finished carving a group of Heavenly Lion Totem. Qin Yun looked at the Heavenly Lion Totem and suddenly felt that he doesn't recognize it at all. Chapter 15:11. Broken Dragon. Qin Yun looked at the Heavenly Lion Totem and his mood immediately turned chaotic. When he carved the Heavenly Lion Totem rune, there were many small runes around the main runes. Looking at it as a whole, the totem rune gave off a feeling of being shrouded in mist and clouds. Strangely, although the beast's skin seemed to be shrouded by hazy clouds and mist, there seemed to be a majestic heavenly lion's head flashing under the clouds and mist. This should still be the heavenly lion totem, but it has been strengthened by the special runes of the floating cloud divine needle. That's why it has become like this. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, this is the true power of the floating cloud divine needle. Qin Yun hurriedly let Emo come out. Emo flapped its wings and hovered in front of the beast's skin, looking at the heavenly lion totem runes carved on it. Qin Yun did not ask because Emo was watching very seriously. After a while, Emo said, Big brother, this is the heavenly lion totem. However, it seems to have fused with another type of rune, so this is not the heavenly lion totem we are familiar with. Then what is the other rune? Qin Yun asked. I'm not too sure. My guess is that it has something to do with heavenly patterns. Emo shook her head. Although it has become like this, the power of the heavenly lion totem will not change. Instead, it will become stronger. Become stronger? Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. I don't know exactly how it will turn out. In short, it's good. Emo said, Big brother, why don't you try making a talisman? Qin Yun did not have the time to do it now. He pressed his palm on the beast's skin and injected immortal energy into it. The totem runes inside the beast's skin absorbed the immortal energy. At that moment, Qin Yun could sense that the heavenly lion totem seemed to be alive. Very strange. Qin Yun retracted his hand and said with frown, I used the floating cloud divine needle to carve runes. What is the use of these runes? There are some runes that need to absorb specific energy in order to release their proper power. Emo said, Those strange heavenly runes need to absorb corresponding energy. Corresponding energy? Qin Yun looked at Emo and asked, What corresponding energy? I don't know yet. Can you give me that hide? I'll study it. Emo said. Alright. Qin Yun also planned to carve the heavenly lion totem again. Qin Yun placed Emo and the beast's skin into the 9 sun divine soul. Then, he summoned the floating cloud divine needle back into the mental nether moon. Floating divine needle has also returned to its original form. Qin Yun took the floating cloud divine needle and began carving the heavenly lion totem again. Carving the beast-type totem, his speed was very fast, and he completed it very quickly. This is the heavenly lion totem I am familiar with. Qin Yun smiled and took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. There are 8 other heavenly lion totem on the dragon totem. At this moment, Qin Yun let Emo come out. Then, she cooperated with him to extract the other 8 heavenly lion totems. Mozemo released her special ability, and 9 Emo she as dragon as she. Said Emo im toad long as Emo in. Emo ling spirit Emo is. She lion toad dragon. She. Emo released a as long Emo is. Emo progressed very quickly. It was mainly because she had been in the Cloud Dragon Pagoda for the past few years and often cultivated with Xianyun. Therefore, her inscription ability had also increased by a lot. In just a few days, Qin Yun obtained 9 immortal tier heavenly lion totem. He took out the Gemini treasure mirror and recorded the immortal grade heavenly lion totem carvings on the beast skin into the mirror. Then, he reflected the 9 heavenly lion totem carvings on the mirror and controlled the mystic fusion heavenly pattern in the mirror to release its power, merging the 9 heavenly lion totem carvings together. I hope it will work. Qin Yun tightly held the Gemini treasure mirror. The 9 heavenly lion totem inside the mirror are enveloped by a red energy and slowly fuse together. Suddenly, the Gemini treasure mirror trembled. This caused Qin Yun to be extremely flustered. He is worried that the Gemini treasure mirror will be damaged. There are many runes recorded inside. Moreover, there are precious Gemini heavenly rune and mysterious fusion heavenly rune inside. The Gemini treasure mirror needs to absorb a great amount of blood spirit power. In just a short while, Qin Yun feels like he has been hollowed out. The consumption is really great. Qin Yun grabbed the trembling Gemini treasure mirror with both hands. He can feel the energy within his body rushing out like a dam bursting. Luckily it didn't last long, it ended in half an hour. Did it succeed? Qin Yun looked at the surface of the Gemini treasure mirror. The 9 heavenly lion totem are slowly fusing together. The fusion process is very strange, it is not a simple matter of superimposing on each other. Moreover, all the runes are ingeniously fusing together. Each of the 9 heavenly lion totem is very complex. If they are superimposing on each other, they will become densely packed. And now after the fusion, they are also densely packed, but along with the mysterious fusion heavenly runes power, some of the superimposing runes also started fusing together. The next scene caused Qin Yun to let out a strange cry in shock. The fused heavenly lion totem suddenly floated out of the mirror and turned into a ball. The golden runes interweaved into a ball and floated above the mirror surface. Looking carefully, this ball of runes is not messy at all. Moreover, it looks very comfortable. If one looks carefully, they can see that the runes are very complex and filled with charm. This is heavenly rune? This is the state of heavenly rune. Qin Yun yelled in shock. The mysterious fusion heavenly rune and Gemini heavenly rune he saw before are interweaved into a ball. This kind of rune is very formidable. It can give birth to rune spirit. 9 heavenly lion totem have fused together and transformed into heavenly rune. Ling Yun is also very shocked, she hastily said. Xiao Yun, store this heavenly rune into Nether Sun and give it to the heavenly lion transformed from heavenly Tao's proud force. Alright. Qin Yun promptly grabbed the heavenly rune. Ling Yun controlled the Nether Sun and absorbed the heavenly rune into her body. After the heavenly rune entered Qin Yun's body, she controlled it and quickly rushed into the small heavenly lion's body. Roar! The small heavenly lion suddenly burst out with a furious roar. Very strong. Qin Yun felt that his body is suddenly filled with barbaric and ancient beast power. It is as if his body is about to explode. Hur! His body suddenly burst out with ferocious and barbaric beast power. His clothes were torn apart. What caused Qin Yun to be alarmed is that his formidable immortal devil sacred body is now being torn apart by this power. Blood overflowed from the surface. Although it is painful, Qin Yun is already used to it. So now he is very calm, silently enduring the pain and waiting for the fusion to succeed. He also discovered that faint heavenly lion totem suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, but very quickly disappeared. Why are there 9 heavenly lion totem? Qin Yun is puzzled in his heart. Maybe because of the 9 suns, heavenly lion also cultivates 9 different Tao and comprehended 9 different Tao paths from 9 suns. Ling Yun said. The heavenly lion totem did not appear on the surface of the small heavenly lion's body, it only has Nether Sun totem. The fusion process is very fast. Qin Yun did not endure too much pain and immediately felt a boundless ferocious power rushing out. Is this the strongest state of heavenly lion totem? Qin Yun is secretly excited. Now I should be able to comprehend the new heavenly lion martial arts. Ling Yun said with smile. Very smoothly. And I'll start now. Qin Yun sat down, closed his eyes and let himself fall into a state of selflessness. He concentrated all his mental power on the small heavenly lion's body. Suddenly, a picture appeared in his mind. It is a vague heavenly lion fighting with a dragon. The picture is very blurry and very messy. Qin Yun can't look at it carefully. He only feels that his comprehension is not enough. At this moment, it is as if he is separated by a thick white fog and saw a huge heavenly lion fighting with a huge dragon. Just by looking at the shadow, he can feel an imposing aura. As he continued to comprehend seriously, he gradually saw the constantly repeating picture. Seeing that picture, Qin Yun felt incomparably shocked. A huge heavenly lion suddenly opened its mouth, and a huge lion head appeared. It opened its mouth wide and fiercely bit a dragon's body, and actually bit it in half. Then, the heavenly lion's claws came out, bringing with them furious thunder and lightning and fierce flames. It tore the two huge dragon bodies apart. The most terrifying thing is that when the dragon was torn apart, its body was shot out in all directions along with the exploding thunder and lightning. It died without a complete corpse. To be able to bite apart a dragon's body, this is the breaking dragon bite. Qin Yun suddenly opened his eyes, seemingly comprehending something. He said in his heart, "And the thing that tore apart the dragon body is the shattering dragon lightning flame claw. This is somewhat similar to the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw. It should be an evolution of the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw." The shattering dragon lightning flame claw is the combination of the heavenly lion lightning force and the heavenly lion fighting dragon claw. When the two claws cooperate, it can release an even stronger power and tear apart everything. Qin Yun closed his eyes again, recalling the scene he just saw, as well as that feeling outside the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. Thin Cat and Old Cripple are pacing back and forth anxiously. Hong Quangang, Sect Master Hong Quangang said with a smile. "I say, what are you two afraid of? Your Sect Master will definitely come out. Besides, even if he doesn't come out, what can the Tsangshuan sect do?" Sect Master Hong Quangang, "It's not like you don't know. If our Sect Master doesn't come out, the Tsangshuan sect will destroy the floating cloud Heavenly Mountain. At that time, we will be dead for sure." Old Cripple said anxiously. "It can't be, right? Those guys from the Tsangshuan sect are really reluctant to destroy the floating cloud Heavenly Mountain. They have always wanted the treasures of the Heavenly Mountain." Hong Quangang chuckled and said, "Those guys might not have enough power to destroy the floating cloud Heavenly Mountain." Old Cripple looked at the distant battle stage and said in a low voice, "Sect Master Hong Quangang, do you see the girl on the battle stage? She is really terrifying, especially that imposing manner." Thin Cat also said in a low voice, "That woman seems to have no feelings. It will be very dangerous for Sect Master to fight her." Chapter 15:12 Instant Space Immortal Iron. When Old Cripple heard that Hong Long's Sect Master is afraid of the female chief disciple, he became even more flustered and anxiously said, "What should we do? Sect Master is just a first-layer Tao immortal. If he steps onto that battle platform, he will be crippled in an instant. That woman looks so young. Why does she seem to have no emotions? Why does her killing intent seem so strong?" Thin Cat didn't even dare to look at the battle platform in the distance. The disciples of the three great sects stood around the wide battle platform. They didn't dare to speak at this moment. They were all worried that if they made too much noise, the cold and ruthless female chief disciple would be angry. Even Sect Master Tsangshuan and the other elders were waiting quietly. "Aya, that woman is becoming more and more terrifying the more I look at her." Thin Cat was frightened. He is also a Tao immortal. He felt that if he went up, he would definitely be killed in one move. Hong Quangang said in a low voice, "I inquired about that girl before. I heard that in the 2 or 3 years after she came out of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, her entire person changed. When she went in, she was still a very shy and cute girl." Can the Cloud Dragon Pagoda change a person? What happened to Sect Master? Old Cripple became even more worried. Rumble in the distant sky, a black shadow suddenly appeared and a rumbling sound came from it. Everyone immediately looked over and saw a huge black ship flying high in the sky, flying towards the peak of the floating cloud Heavenly Mountain. "That seems to be the Xieyang race's ship." Hong Quangang frowned and said, "I will go over and take a look. You guys continue to stay here." The spectators around the battle platform also burst into an uproar as they looked at the ship flying over quickly. It should be said that it is not easy to fly in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain. Only some birds and beasts that can fly naturally can fly in the great dragon desolate domain. But now there is such a huge black ship flying high in the sky. Is it the Xie race? Hong Quangang went over and said, "These bastards, did they know that we are going to form an alliance, so they came to cause trouble? It's not the Xie race's ship?" Sect Master Bei Feng's ice-cold face revealed a smile. "It should be our friend." Could it be a friend from the inscription world? Sangshuan Sect Master's face was also filled with a pleasantly surprised smile. A guy from the inscription world? These fellows hadn't been here for several hundred years. What were they up to now? Back then, it was this group of bastards who tricked us and extracted a lot of precious instant space immortal metal from us. Hong Quangang cursed in low voice. Our great dragon desolate domain's instant space immortal iron has been mined by them. Sect Master Bei Feng shouted in a low voice. Sect Master Hong Long, lower your voice. Friends from the inscription world must be powerful inscription masters. We must not offend them. They must know that the Xie race has appeared here, so they came to help us. Tui. Those bastards tricked us into helping them mine so much instant space immortal iron, yet they didn't even give us a single cent before leaving. I'm going to make them pay for this. Hong Quangang said angrily. Leader Hong Long, please calm down. Our friends from the inscription world must be honest people. Maybe it was because of some reason that they couldn't come to our great dragon desolate domain? Sect Master Tsangshuan said. The sect masters and elders of Tsangshuan sect and North Wind Valley hurriedly smiled and walked over when they saw the black ship land. Hong Quangang didn't go over. Instead, he crossed his arms and snorted. If those bastards don't compensate us, I will make them bleed. Dozens of people walked down from the black ship. After Hong Quangang saw them, he cursed in a low voice. Another empty ship. Did these bastards come to get instant space immortal iron? Don't even think about succeeding this time. Among the dozens of people from the inscription world, there are only a few old men, a dozen middle-aged men, and the rest are all youngsters. Oh, isn't this Li Longxian sect? I haven't seen you for several hundred years. You are still the same. Sect Master Tsangshuan laughed. Sect Master Tsangshuan, you are still so enthusiastic. Li Longxian said with a beaming smile. He is a short old man. He is very bald and all the hair in the middle of his head has fallen off. Longxian sect, it is really great that you guys came to the great dragon desolate domain at this time. Sect Master Bei Feng also walked over with a smile. Sect Master Bei Feng, who is usually ice-cold, has now become so enthusiastic. It is clear that the people of the inscription world have a very high position in his heart. Li Longxian said with a smile. We know that the Xie race is here, so we came to take a look. Oh right, several hundred years have passed. The instant space immortal iron should have been produced by now, right? We came here to get rid of the Xie race, and also to mine some instant space immortal iron. Hong Quangang walked over with an ugly expression and shouted, Li Longxian, we dug so much instant space immortal iron for you last time, you didn't even give us a single hair, you still want more this time? No way. Sect Master Hong Long, you misunderstood. We were unable to come because of some reasons. It was mainly because those bastards from the Xie race stopped us. Li Longxian chuckled and said, You guys helped me mine enough instant space immortal iron this time, we will settle the payment together with last time. You first pay last time. Hong Quangang coldly snorted and said, Otherwise I won't trust you guys. We will definitely give it to you. Li Longxian chuckled, then looked at the battle platform in the distance, changed the topic and said, What are they going to do with such a big formation? Our chief disciple of Tsangshuan sect is going to fight the sect master of Fuyun sect. Sect master Tsangshuan said with a smile. What? Sect master of Fuyun sect? Li Longxian smiled and said, Sect master of Fuyun sect is so weak that he has to fight your chief disciple? Sect Master Tsangxuan smiled and said, Sect Master Longxian, don't look down on our chief disciple. That girl is very powerful. She came out of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda as the strongest 9th-level Dao immortal. Li Longxian shook his head and said with a smile, The strongest 9th-level Dao immortal? She is only the strongest in the Flood Dragon Desolate region, right? The young people we brought this time are all 9th-level Dao immortals. I can pick any one of them to defeat her. Sect Master Tsangxuan laughed and said, Great, if you can defeat her, you can take her away. Li Fenglian, didn't you say that you want to find a concubine here? Hurry up and go to that battle platform. Li Longxian said with a smile. Grandpa, it's not good to find a concubine through battle, right? What if you hurt her? Li Fenglian smiled disdainfully, looked at the exquisite figure on the battle platform in the distance, and teased. She seems to have a good figure, but I don't know what she looks like. Li Fenglian was also an extremely handsome man, dressed in gorgeous gold-red clothes, holding a folding fan in his hand. The girl on the battle platform wore a simple but elegant white dress and a black mask. Not even her eyes could be seen. Li Fenglian said and suddenly appeared on the battle platform in a few steps. Such speed made everyone exclaim in admiration. Sect Master Tsangxuan and other elders also walked over with a smile. Girl, what's your name? After coming over, Li Fenglian smelled a fragrant fragrance and secretly praised in his heart. He was also very interested in this female chief disciple. The girl did not speak. Her name is Little Girl, no name, likes to be alone, and doesn't like to talk. She has been wearing a mask since coming out of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. She is very strong, and even a first-layer golden immortal was defeated by her. Sect Master Tsangxuan said with a smile. She is a genius cultivated by our Tsangxuan sect's Cloud Dragon Pagoda. Humph, the Cloud Dragon Pagoda belongs to the Floating Cloud sect. Hong Quangang coldly snorted. You can defeat a first-layer golden immortal? Not bad, you are worthy to be my concubine. Li Fenglian laughed and said, Girl, your sect master said that as long as I can defeat you, I can take you away. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl released a cold aura. Let's fight. The girl's voice was cold and ruthless. Come. Li Fenglian said with a smile. You should be a good beauty. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl suddenly disappeared. Li Fenglian's expression changed. He quickly became serious and tried to sense the aura around him, but there was no aura at all. Even the faint fragrance had disappeared. While he was shocked, the girl suddenly appeared behind Li Fenglian. Boom! The girl extended her hand and pointed with her slender jade-like finger. A cold and very berserk immortal power shot out. Li Fenglian's body was pierced through by the girl's finger power. Seeing the big hole in Li Fenglian's chest, everyone is stunned. Stop! Tsangxuan sect master promptly shouted. Li Fenglian quickly conceded. Li Longxuan's expression greatly changed as he shouted. I concede. Li Fenglian also realized that the girl is very dreadful. The dreadful aura condensed around the girl's body also dissipated at this moment. Scram! The girl shouted in cold voice. The hole in Li Fenglian's body caused the youngsters from the inscription world to be endlessly shocked. Our youngsters are mainly inscription masters. They are somewhat lacking in battle power. Tsangxuan sect master, congratulations on having such a talented disciple. Li Longxian said with embarrassed smile. Sect master Bei Feng said with smile. Floating Cloud sect master has lost for sure, that guy is just a first-layer Dao immortal. At this time, the door of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda opened. Qin Yun has been practicing Heavenly Lion martial arts for several months. When the time is almost up, he entered the 6th floor and returned to the real Cloud Dragon Pagoda. When he passed through the space-time passageway, his clothes were torn and tattered. He did not even have time to change clothes and the Cloud Dragon Pagoda's door opened by itself. Qin Yun's hair is messy and his clothes are tattered. After he came out, everyone burst into laughter. If the opponent is not little Nianyun, with my 7th layer Tao immortal cultivation and the newly mastered heavenly lion martial arts, I should be able to win. Qin Yun walked out of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda and then turned around to look at the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. As long as he can defeat the chief disciple of Tsangshuan sect, the floating cloud heavenly mountain will return to the hands of floating cloud sect. After Qin Yun left, Old Cripple promptly talked about the girl on the battle stage and the group of people from the inscription world. Chapter 15-13. Nianyun shows her might. Great Dragon Desolate Domain indeed has a lot of instant space immortal iron, but they are mainly controlled by Hong Longshan. Although Tsangshuan sect's North Wind Valley also has it, the quality is very low and there are very few of them. Our Floating Cloud sect used to control many mines but later gave them to Hong Longshan. Old Cripple said. This time, Inscription World must be planning to swindle Hong Longshan and the others again. Qin Yun groaned in low voice and said very angrily, "We cannot let them succeed. People from Inscription World don't dare to act recklessly here. Although they have a lot of good equipment, if they go all out against Hong Longshan, even if they win, they will suffer heavy losses." Hong Quangang saw Qin Yun come out. He laughed heartily and walked over. He shouted, "Floating Cloud Sect Master, you finally came out. How do you feel inside? Did you become stronger?" "It has only been a few days. How much can he improve? Even if he is heaven-defying, he can at most increase his cultivation by a bit. Even if he is a 2nd-level Tao Immortal, can he defeat Tsangshuan's chief disciple?" Sect Master Bei Feng said with sneer. The female chief disciple on the battle stage just now easily defeated Li Fenglian from Inscription World, so everyone knows how dreadful she is. Especially those 9th-level Tao Immortals from Inscription World, they all think that the people of Great Dragon Desolate Domain are very backward. Especially that Li Fenglian, when she went on stage, she had a very arrogant appearance but very quickly she was taught a lesson. Qin Yun looked at the woman on the battle stage and saw that familiar figure. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Because he can't see the woman's appearance, he can't be sure that she is Xian Nianyun. It must be little Nianyun. Ling Yun said with certainty. Skinny Cat just said that the young man from the Inscription World was pierced through the chest by finger power. That was your piercing heavenly finger. Qin Yun entered the pagoda within the pagoda of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda and spent 9 years in that mysterious space-time domain. He also taught Xian Nianyun the piercing heaven finger before. Everyone thinks that Qin Yun only cultivated for 9 days inside the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, so they all think that he will definitely lose. Tsangshuan Sect Master, tell me the rules of the battle. Qin Yun shouted, deliberately making his voice very loud. The woman on the fighting stage trembled when she heard Qin Yun's voice. It was a voice she was very familiar with. That female chief disciple was indeed Xian Nianyun. At this moment, she couldn't believe that the Floating Cloud sect master was actually her elder brother who had been cultivating with her in the Cloud Dragon Pagoda for several years. The rules are simple. You can't use weapons. The Tsangshuan sect master chuckled. Don't worry, our disciples won't kill you. You will at most be seriously injured or crippled, but you can't blame us for that. If you're afraid, just go up and admit defeat. The chief disciple of our Tsangshuan sect will not make things difficult for you. Qin Yun walked towards the stage. Although his clothes were tattered and his hair was messy, he still looked very handsome. Xian Nianyun's mask doesn't have eye holes, so she can't see outside. However, she can sense the familiar immortal power aura from Qin Yun's body. Little Nianyun, is that you? When Qin Yun walked over, he asked with mental power voice transmission. Big brother, it's me. Xian Nianyun quickly replied. She is very excited at this moment and almost rushed over to hug Qin Yun. And, calm down. Qin Yun secretly rejoiced in his heart. He previously thought that Xian Nianyun didn't exist. Xian Yinyun is very excited, but she quickly calmed down and said, "Big brother, you suddenly disappeared back then. I was really worried to death. I waited in the Cloud Dragon Pagoda for 2 years, but I didn't see you. After I went out, they said that I was the only one who entered the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. They also said that the people and everything I met inside was a special illusion." Qin Yun also thought so before. He really didn't expect that he would really meet the past Xian Yinyun and get along with her for several years. "Little Yinyun, I am now the Floating Cloud Sect Master," Qin Yun said. "Later, you can fight with me. I won't make things difficult for you." "No, I admit defeat. I will let you win," Xian Yinyun hurriedly said. "This is not good. Listen to me. I want you to stay in the Zhongshuan sect. It will be helpful to me." Qin Yun has already walked onto the battle stage. The Zhongshuan sect master and some elders also excitedly opened the boundary. "Big brother, I have a way. You have to listen to me this time, otherwise I won't let you touch your face," Xian Yinyun said to Qin Yun. At this time, the Zhongshuan sect master said with a smile, "I have checked, he doesn't have any equipment." Li Longxian of the inscription world also held a mirror in his hand. He looked at Qin Yun's body and then nodded. He indeed doesn't have any equipment. The floating cloud token in his hand is very powerful. If he uses that thing to fight, it will be very troublesome. Li Fenglian's injuries have healed a lot. She coldly snorted. "I can't defeat that woman, let alone the floating cloud sect master. Senior sister will win. Senior sister will win." Many people of the Zhongshuan sect shouted one after another. "Senior sister, cripple that bastard. That floating cloud sect master is very arrogant. He looks down on our Zhongshuan sect. Senior sister, we must let that guy know what is called pain." The disciples of the Zhongshuan sect all shouted excitedly. Li Longxian shook his head and said with a smile, "This floating cloud sect master is here to make us happy. If he is crippled, we won't have any fun to watch in the future." Sect Master Bei Feng looked at Hong Quangang and said, "Sect Master Hong Long, did you persuade that guy to quickly admit defeat?" Hong Quangang snorted and didn't answer. Old Cripple and the Thin Cat were trembling with fear. They were very worried that Qin Yun's body would be pierced with several bloody holes. The Zhongshuan sect master shouted, "Ready, 1, 2, 3, begin!" Qin Yun tightly clenched his fists. He also didn't want to attack Xian Yinyun, and Xian Yinyun also did the same. Suddenly, Xian Yinyun's body went limp and swayed as she fell forward. Qin Yun was alarmed and hastily moved to support Xian Yinyun. He shouted in alarm, "Miss, what happened to you?" The people around the battle stage were stunned. The Zhongshuan sect master and the other elders also looked at each other in dismay. "Little girl, what happened to you?" the Zhongshuan sect master loudly asked. Nobody doubted the strength of the female chief disciple because they all saw her defeat a powerful 9th-level Dao immortal in one move. But now, she has already fallen down from the very beginning. "I admit defeat," Xian Yinyun weakly shouted while lying in Qin Yun's embrace. Everyone present has face filled with disbelief. After being stunned for a moment, a burst of mountain-shaking exclamations burst out. The strongest 9th-level Dao immortal has admitted defeat from the very beginning. Old Cripple and the Thin Cat's body swayed. They can't believe this is real. "Sect Master 1? Sect Master 1? The Thin Cat mumbled. "Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain is ours? Ha ha ha! Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain is ours." Old Cripple burst into laughter. "Floating Cloud Sect Master 1. Congratulations!" Hong Quangang also laughed heartily and said, "As expected of Floating Cloud Sect Master, you are truly awesome. You won from the very beginning." Hong Quangang vigorously patted the dazed Zhongshuan sect master and said with smile, "Zhongshuan sect master, you must keep your promise. Don't learn from those bastards from Inscription World and act shamelessly. Little girl, why did you admit defeat?" Songchuan sect master promptly rushed up. He is extremely flustered and shouted, "Did that guy use some despicable method?" Xian Yunyun weakly said, "I was poisoned." Immediately, a large group of people burst into all sorts of curses. All of them were angrily cursing Qin Yun. Songchuan sect master furiously roared, "Floating cloud sect master! You bastard, you actually used poison!" Sect master Bei Feng also furiously rebuked, "Floating cloud sect master, you are truly a despicable bastard. No wonder you were so confident in your victory, you used poison." Li Longxian coldly said, "Songchuan sect master, quickly remove the barrier. If it is inconvenient for you to attack that guy, let me do it. I am from Inscription World, I am not afraid of him. It was not him who poisoned me, it was Li Fenglian." Xian Yunyun said in a weak and powerless voice. Li Fenglian used a very strange poison, colorless and odorless. When the battle started, I circulated the immortal power in my body and the poison spread to every part of my body. Li Longxian just rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush up to the stage and slap Qin Yun to death. But hearing Xian Yunyun's words, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Fenglian. Li Fenglian is so shocked that his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. He kept shaking his head. "Look at this guy, he is feeling guilty." Hong Quangang furiously said, "Inscription World bastards, you cheated us of instant space immortal iron and now you poisoned a little girl, you are so vicious." Old Cripple also said in cold voice, "Li Longxian, are you trying to frame our sect master and then kill him to silence him? Otherwise, why would you be so anxious to kill our sect master?" Xian Yunyun weakly said, It was Floating Cloud sect master who helped me suppress the poison, otherwise I would have died." Qin Yun is very shocked. He never expected that Xian Yunyun would be so good at swindling people. He recalled that when he was cultivating with Xian Yunyun, he often talked about Xiao Yueme, that little swindler. He told Xian Yunyun all the tricks that Xiao Yueme used to swindle people as if they were stories to the naive Xian Yunyun. Xian Yunyun was very happy hearing this and also found it very interesting. Hong Quangang loudly shouted, "Songchuan sect master, do you still not understand? Those guys from Inscription World deliberately want you to lose. Then cause conflict. Li Longxian knows that I am very protective of Floating Cloud sect. If that little girl is poisoned to death and they frame Floating Cloud sect master, I will not sit and watch. I will definitely protect Floating Cloud sect master." At this time, all the disciples of Hong Longshan took out their weapons. "Li Longxian, you know that my Hong Longshan has the most instant space immortal iron, so you want to incite Songchuan sect to fight to the death with us, right?" Hong Quangang furiously said. He truly thinks so because he bitterly hates Li Longxian. Chapter 15-14. Establishing prestige. Li Fenglian didn't do anything. He felt so wrong that he covered his face and almost burst into tears. Now, everyone was sure that Li Fenglian was the one who poisoned Xian Yunyun. "Grandpa! Before Li Fenglian could finish, Li Longxian slapped her again. She rolled on the ground a few times and then fainted. No one knew if she was pretending to faint or not. Li Longxian roared, "Li Fenglian, you little bastard, look at what you've done. You've harmed the Songchuan sect." Forget it. Qin Yun suddenly shouted, "Don't bother with a youngster who doesn't know the gravity of the situation." Xian Yunyun said softly, "Sect Master Fuyun is really admirable. I thought he would kill me while I was poisoned, so I quickly admitted defeat. I didn't expect that not only did he not attack me, but he also detoxified the poison for me." She suddenly took off her mask. Although her beautiful face was completely pale, it still gave people a breathtaking feeling. Coupled with her haggard appearance, it made people feel even more tenderness towards her. But the most surprising thing was that her beautiful eyes, which were as gentle as water, were staring at Qin Yun with deep affection. Everyone could see that this domineering and powerful girl had fallen in love with the Fuyun sect master. The Zhongshuan sect master felt stifled. He wished he could pinch Li Fenglian to death. The male disciples of the Zhongshuan sect were also wailing in grief, because the heart of their dream lover had been snatched away by the Fuyun sect master. The Zhongshuan sect disciples had looked down on Qin Yun and had even asked Xian Yinyun to beat Qin Yun until he was crippled. Many of the Zhongshuan sect disciples thought that their chief disciple would definitely beat the Fuyun sect master. But at this moment, Xian Yinyun was lying in the Fuyun sect master's arms, looking at him with eyes full of affection. "Are you pretending to faint? I'll let you pretend, I'll let you pretend." Li Longxian walked over, angrily cursing and kicking Li Fenglian. Li Fenglian screamed again and again. Li Longxian was also infuriated. He originally had a good relationship with sect master Zhongshuan, and could borrow the strength of sect master Beifeng and sect master Zhongshuan to suppress sect master Honglong. But now, Li Fenglian's poisoning had made the Zhongshuan sect master look very bad. Of course, Li Fenglian really didn't do anything. Xian Yinyun said that on purpose. Qin Yun hugged Xian Yinyun and shouted to Li Longxian, "Stop fighting! He's your grandson. I want to beat this little bastard to death." Li Longxian was really angry. "Sai, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Li Longxian, you should reflect on yourself. Don't tell me you don't have any responsibility for your grandson's despicable actions?" Qin Yun shook his head and sighed. "Your grandson has done something evil, but you only care about teaching him a lesson. You don't even realize that you are in the wrong. Sect Master Floating Cloud is right," Hong Quangang said with a smile. "Li Longxian, aren't you trying to shirk your responsibility by beating up your grandson so hard?" asked Qin Yun again. Li Fenglian suddenly felt grateful to Qin Yun and cried, "Grandfather, I am an outsider but I care more about me than you." Li Longxian wished he could slap this grandson to death. How could he still say such words at such a time? "You caused a great disaster this time. You made the Zhongshuan sect lose Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Even if you die 10 times, you won't be able to make up for it," Li Longxian furiously said, still madly beating Li Fenglian. "Don't fight, I never thought I would win, this battle doesn't count." Qin Yun's voice was loud and clear. "I have always done things in an open and above-board manner. If I want to win against the Zhongshuan sect, I will win fair and square. I will make them accept their defeat wholeheartedly." When everyone heard his words, they couldn't help but cast admiring gazes at him. "Li Longxian, don't beat up your grandson. Give me face and let him go." Qin Yun faintly smiled. "I don't admit the outcome of this battle, can you stop now?" Li Longxian also stopped. Many people immediately praised Qin Yun, saying that he has the demeanor of a great master. This kind of spirit indeed surprised many people. Xian Yinyun said in low voice, "I have already lost to you. According to the agreement, if I lose, it will be yours. I will follow you." After saying that, she pulled Qin Yun's hand. Zhongshuan sect people are incomparably jealous. Qin Yun looked at the dazed Zhongshuan sect master and said, "Sect Master Zhongshuan, how about this? This girl will follow me from now on. You can send another 9th stage Dao immortal to fight with me. If I win, Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain will be returned to my Floating Cloud sect. Sect Master Floating Cloud is so benevolent and righteous. I will be at ease if the little girl follows you." Zhongshuan sect master saw that Qin Yun doesn't admit the outcome of the battle and went crazy with joy. He even thought that he misheard. His eyes revealed admiration. He said with bright smile, "Sect Master Floating Cloud, it can be said that your battle with the little girl has won her heart." Hong Quangang said, "Sect Master Floating Cloud has such spirit, not taking advantage of others, it is indeed admirable. On the other hand, some bastards used despicable tricks to swindle other people's instant space iron ores and still refuse to admit it." Li Longxian is extremely angry, he said in cold voice. Sect Master Hong Long, we owe you, we will definitely return it. Return it now. Hong Quangang said with sneer. Do you have the ability to return it? You only know how to say empty words. Songshuan sect master saw that they were about to quarrel and hastily interrupted them. Then he said to Qin Yun, Sect Master Floating Cloud, how about this, you go and rest first. I will also choose a disciple to fight with you. From now on, the little girl will follow you. Although Songshuan sect master was reluctant to let Xian Yinyun be abducted, it was not good for him to stop it. Otherwise, if Qin Yun became serious, their Songshuan sect would immediately return Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Now, Qin Yun gave their Songshuan sect a chance to fight again. Therefore, Songshuan sect master and the elders felt that Qin Yun is more pleasing to the eye and did not oppose Xian Yinyun going with Qin Yun. Big brother, my body is a bit better. Thank you for detoxifying me just now. You must be very tired, quickly go and rest. Xian Yinyun said in low voice and pulled Qin Yun's hand. This gentle and charming beauty caused ripples in Qin Yun's heart. One must know that Xian Yinyun and Xie Qiru look exactly the same. Qin Yun has a special and complicated feeling towards Xie Qiru. Qin Yun took out the floating cloud pagoda, placed it beside the battle platform, and then brought Xian Yinyun in. The Songshuan sect disciples who have been in love with Xian Yinyun for a long time felt as if a knife was twisting in their hearts. The goddess of their dreams actually left with someone else just like that. Big brother! Xian Yinyun finally got to be alone with Qin Yun. Her eyes were red as she shouted and hugged Qin Yun. Little Nianyun, don't cry. Qin Yun caressed her delicate and soft as jade face and said with a mischievous smile, It's great that I can see you again. I thought you only existed in my dreams. Me too. Xian Yinyun quickly tidied up Qin Yun's clothes and said in a soft voice, Big brother, what exactly is going on? For the past few years, you have been in the Cloud Dragon Pagoda? But I heard that you only went in for 9 days. And when you went in, you were only a first-layer Dao immortal. Qin Yun pulled Xian Yinyun to sit down and let Emo come out to meet Xian Yinyun. After Xian Yinyun saw Emo, she was overjoyed. Emo was also the same. She coquettishly whispered that she wanted to kiss Xian Yinyun's face. Soon after, Qin Yun slowly explained the complicated situation of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda to Xian Yinyun. Xian Yinyun is startled after listening, she feels very confused. It doesn't matter. In any case, big brother, you exist and I can still be together with you. That's enough. Xian Yinyun is very happy, her smile is very sweet and beautiful. I'll go take a bath first. You and Emo can play here, Qin Yun said with a smile. And Xian Yinyun nodded and then chatted with Emo. Not long after, Qin Yun finished taking a bath and came out. He changed into clean white clothes, they are not as tattered as before. Qin Yun tidied up his hair and said with a smile, Little Nianyun, how did you think of deceiving people? This is not like you. I thought of you talking about UMA. Then I suddenly thought of an idea. Xian Yinyun mischievously smiled and said, The effect is very good. Xian Yinyun is not worried that Qin Yun will lose in the following battle. She knows that Qin Yun is now a 7th-layer Dao immortal. It won't be a problem for him to defeat a 9th-layer Dao immortal of the Songshuan sect. The reason why Qin Yun wants to fight fair and square with the Songshuan sect's disciples is to make the Songshuan sect's sect master lose wholeheartedly. Only like this, the Songshuan sect's sect master won't be led astray by the people of the inscription world. Otherwise, Li Longxian will definitely instigate the Songshuan sect master to snatch the floating cloud Heavenly Mountain. At that time, a great battle will erupt and the Xie Yang race will have an opportunity to take advantage of. Furthermore, he wants to establish his prestige. The effect just now is very good. The elders of the 3 great sects now have a very good impression of him. Even if Qin Yun can't rope in the Zhongshuan sect, he is not worried about being killed by the Zhongshuan sect because Hong Longshan's people are still there. Hong Longshan is very strong. Even the people of the inscription world are very afraid of Hong Quangang. Xian Yun was only pretending to be pale before, she is not really poisoned. Now she is chatting very happily with Mo. When she came out of the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, because she felt that she could not see Qin Yun again, her entire person changed. She felt that she has no attachment to this world, her entire person became ruthless and cold. And now, after seeing Qin Yun, she has returned to her previous lively and beautiful self. I am going to fight, Qin Yun said with smile. Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain will soon return to Floating Cloud Sect. Big brother, you can definitely win. Xian Yun is very confident and smiled at Qin Yun. Qin Yun and Xian Yun stayed inside the Floating Cloud Pagoda for more than 4 hours. Many people felt that they were entangled inside or something. Therefore, as soon as Qin Yun came out, he sensed many gazes filled with jealousy shooting towards him. Xian Yun's face is covered with a white veil. She walked out hand in hand with Qin Yun. Hong Quangang said, Floating Cloud Sect Master, if you win, Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain will return to Floating Cloud Sect. I will return the instant void immortal iron ore mine that Floating Cloud Sect gave to me at Hong Longshan. We can talk about this later. Qin Yun nodded his head. The instant control iron ore is very useful to him because it can be used to refine the core of the Devil Mirror. After Qin Yun walked onto the stage, a middle-aged man slowly walked up. Chapter 15:15 Flood Dragon Pool Chapter 15:15 Flood Dragon Pool. Qin Yun looked at the middle-aged man and felt that he had underestimated Sect Master Zhongshuan's scheming. When he came out of Cloud Dragon Pagoda, he did not expose his cultivation level because he did not want Sect Master to think too highly of him. At this moment, the Zhongshuan Sect Master had sent a calm middle-aged man to ensure a more stable victory. If he sent a young and vigorous man, he would have underestimated the enemy and neglected his defense. I am Hua Tonggan, please advise me. The middle-aged man looked ordinary and calm as he smiled at Qin Yun. Qin Yun could tell from the beginning that this middle-aged man was not simple, and now he felt it even more. What surprised Qin Yun the most was that many Zhongshuan sect disciples below were dissatisfied. Because many Zhongshuan sect disciples had never heard of Hua Tonggan. In other words, Hua Tonggan did not have any presence in Zhongshuan sect. Sect Master's method made many young and arrogant ninth-layer Dao immortals very dissatisfied because they wanted to go up and teach this young Fuyan Sect Master a lesson. Who is this Hua Tonggan? Why haven't I heard of him? Why did our Sect Master send him up? Yeah, we have many outstanding and handsome young disciples. Why didn't we send them but this middle-aged man? He looks like a middle-aged man and is only a ninth-layer Dao immortal. He must be nothing. What's the matter with Sect Master? Why did he send such a guy? Zhongshuan Sect Master said indifferently, If any of you are dissatisfied, fight with Hua Tonggan. Hua Tonggan can fight 2 golden immortals alone. The reason why he has not broken through is because he is suppressing his cultivation. Hong Quangang hurriedly looked at the battle stage and shouted, Sect Master Fuyun, you must be careful. This Hua Tonggan is suppressing his cultivation so that he can enter the Flood Dragon Pool to cultivate. Flood Dragon Pool. Hearing these 3 words, the people of the 3 sects cried out in alarm. Flood Dragon Pool? Is that the pool filled with flood dragon divine blood? It is said that only golden immortals and below can enter the pool. If a golden immortal goes in, he will be burned to death. But Dao immortals will feel very uncomfortable in the flood dragon pool, they might even be burned to death. Has Hua Tonggan really been cultivating in the flood dragon pool? Sect Master Zhongshuan chuckled. Of course. Hua Tonggan has been cultivating in the flood dragon pool for hundreds of years. I'm about to cultivate the great dragon golden body. Old Cripple frowned. Flood dragon golden body? This was a legendary existence. It is said that when one cultivates the great dragon golden body, he will become a golden immortal and be able to cultivate golden immortal dragon force. The thin cat said with yearning, the flood dragon pool. There is a lot of flood dragon divine blood inside, but you can't take a drop away. If you don't have enough courage, you can't even get close. Legend has it that many golden immortals tried to take away the flood dragon godblood, but they were all killed by the godblood. The Zhongshuan sect disciples no longer dared to underestimate Hua Tonggan. Instead, a disciple said, Sect Master, aren't you bullying him by sending a 9th-tier Dao immortal to fight against Sect Master Fuyun? That's right, ha ha. We're going to win. A 9th-tier Dao immortal who has entered the Flood Dragon Pool to cultivate is very strong. Floating Cloud Sect Master will regret it very soon, ha ha ha. Many Zhongshuan sect disciples are now laughing and chatting. Qin Yun actually has nothing to fear. He can sense the dragon force on Hua Tonggan's body, so he knew from the start that this middle-aged man is very strong. If Hua Tonggan loses to Floating Cloud Sect Master, our Zhongshuan sect will have nothing to say. We will immediately return the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain to Floating Cloud Sect. Zhongshuan Sect Master said. Zhongshuan Sect Master is a man of integrity, I believe you. Qin Yun said with smile. Let's begin. Seeing Qin Yun so confident, Zhongshuan Sect Master is secretly worried. After the barrier opened, Zhongshuan Sect Master shouted, Begin! The battle has begun. Just like before, Qin Yun used passing shadow extinction breath step and disappeared without a trace. Hua Tonggan suddenly looked to his left and faintly smiled. You have some skill. Qin Yun is endlessly apprehensive because Hua Tonggan has discovered him. Suddenly, Hua Tonggan also disappeared. After Hua Tonggan disappeared, he suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yun. Rumble! Hua Tonggan punched out, a burst of oppressive sound erupted. Qin Yun used passing shadow extinction breath step to conceal himself. His aura was also concealed to the extreme, but it was still sensed by Hua Tonggan. Hua Tonggan's sudden attack is very fast. It is beyond Qin Yun's expectation. Fortunately, Qin Yun released body protecting dragon handle and formed a barrier. Hua Tonggan's fist landed on the body protecting dragon handle and burst out a burst of energy wave. The body protecting dragon handle was also shattered. Bang! Qin Yun was sent flying by the incomparably formidable impact and crashed into the barrier. Hua Tonggan's expression gradually turned grave. His fist is completely red and overflowing with many wisps of blood. That is because he was injured by the body-protecting dragon handle. Although Qin Yun was sent flying, because of the body-protecting dragon handle, his body is not injured. Floating Cloud Sect Master, when you entered the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, you were only a first-layer Dao immortal. But when you came out, you are a 7th-layer Dao immortal. It is truly astonishing. Hua Tonggan said in grave voice. Hua. When everyone heard Hua Tonggan's words, they burst into an uproar. What? He is a 7th-layer Dao immortal? He only went in for 9 days. What did he encounter inside? He is the Floating Cloud Sect Master. Moreover, he has the Floating Cloud token. His cultivation is also very low. Could it be that the Cloud Dragon Pagoda took special care of him? But no matter how much they took care of him, it is impossible for him to break through so many levels in 9 days. There is no other way. Who told him to be the Floating Cloud Sect Master? The Cloud Dragon Pagoda will surely make this low cultivation sect master stronger. Zhongshuan sect disciples are very jealous. Hong Quangang very happily laughed and said, Floating Cloud Sect Master, you must work harder. As long as you win, you will be able to use the Cloud Dragon Pagoda to cultivate in the future. Zhongshuan sect master said with a frown. Strange, the movement technique he used is very similar to the one the little girl used. An elder said, It is not strange, the little girl obtained many cultivation techniques and inheritances in the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. That floating cloud sect master must have obtained the same inheritance, so their cultivation techniques might be the same. Fortunately, I sent Hua Tonggan. If it were those proud and arrogant youngsters, they would have been defeated just now. Zhongshuan sect master said with a smile. Not bad, Hua Tonggan is very calm. His attack just now was also very beautiful. Li Fenglian was defeated because she did not pay attention to the little girl's movement technique. Li Longxian said. Xian Yinyun calmly looked at the battle stage. She believes that Qin Yun will definitely win. It seems that this battle will not be easy. Qin Yun looked at Hua Tonggan and said with a smile. Floating Cloud Sect Master, you are indeed extraordinary. You suddenly made me feel a great pressure. Even when I faced two golden immortals, I did not feel this kind of pressure. Hua Tonggan slowly retreated. He is very vigilant. None of the Zhongshuan sect disciples dared to say anything. Hua Tonggan did not feel any pressure when facing golden immortals, but now he is very cautious when facing the floating cloud sect master. Sect master Bei Feng and Li Longxian, these elders can also see that Qin Yun is hiding a very formidable power. Truly a very powerful opponent, Qin Yun said in his heart. Suddenly, Hua Tonggan's body emitted many golden flames and enveloped his body. Hoo! Hua Tonggan, who was wrapped in golden flames, suddenly exploded. He turned into 3 balls of flames and charged at Qin Yun from 3 different directions. This kind of attack is very ferocious. It is like a swift and berserk thunder and lightning. 3 balls of flame rushed towards Qin Yun at a very fast speed. I have been locked on, I can't run. Qin Yun instantly sensed that he is surrounded by a very strong force. Boom! Qin Yun released a super-gravity force that pressed down on his body. The 3 balls of flame that rushed over were originally very fast, but suddenly they were blocked by an invisible gravity force. Their bodies were also pressed down, causing their speed to drop rapidly. And now, everyone can clearly see what those 3 balls of flame are. They are actually 3 Hua Tonggans. The audience immediately burst into screams of alarm. There are 3 Hua Tonggans, but they are all different. One has a pair of dragon arms, one has a pair of dragon claws, and the third is covered in golden dragon scales. This is a doppelganger technique, someone shouted in alarm. The strength of 3 Hua Tonggans should be the same. Floating Cloud Sect Master wants to face 3 Hua Tonggans. Indeed, but Floating Cloud Sect Master blocked Hua Tonggan's attack. He is truly awesome. Many people are now very astonished by Qin Yun's strength. He is actually this strong. Although Qin Yun blocked with gravity force, he did not retaliate. Instead, he promptly jumped and unleashed Floating Immortal Rune ability. He quickly and nimbly rushed through the space. His body is like a lightning bolt moving back and forth. Only Qin Yun knows how dreadful the power of these 3 Hua Tonggans are. They already have faint golden immortal power on their bodies. He suspects that Hua Tonggan will soon cultivate that great dragon golden body. Therefore, he cannot be surrounded by 3 Hua Tonggans, otherwise he will be beaten up. Roar! The 3 Hua Tonggans roared and quickly shook off the gravitational force. Hua Tonggan is also very astonished in his heart because Qin Yun's supergravity force makes him feel a great threat. Hua Tonggan's legs are dragon claws. He nimbly jumped out. His body released a very strong golden immortal power. He rushed towards Qin Yun like a light beam. As for the other 2 Hua Tonggans, they are not that nimble. As long as they don't rush over together, they won't be suppressed by the supergravity force. Qin Yun's lightning lock sacred pupil suddenly shot out several lightning bolts. They jumped back and forth inside the barrier and locked the 3 Hua Tonggans, making them unable to move. Then Qin Yun released thick tree vines and quickly tied up the 3 Hua Tonggans. What caused people to be alarmed is that the surface of the tree vines released by Qin Yun are covered with dragon scales, moreover they are as tough as dragon tendons. Qin Yun's tree totem is fused with dragon totem. He spent 9 years inside the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. He gained a very deep understanding of tree totem martial arts. Break them one by one. Qin Yun first attacked the Huatongan whose legs are dragon claws. After he rushed over, he spread his 5 fingers. It looks like he is using a claw-type cultivation technique. Chapter 15-16. Indestructible dragon body. A fierce, fiery red heavenly lion head appeared on Qin Yun's claw. When it rushed out, it suddenly became bigger, opened its mouth and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth. Roar! The heavenly lion head ferociously pounced and bit Huatongan's waist. Ah! Huatongan's waist was immediately bitten off, then turned into flame and flew towards Huatongan, who was covered in dragon scales. After the avatar was killed, it turned into energy and returned to the main body. Qin Yun quickly rushed towards Huatongan, whose hands are dragon claws. When he rushed over, Qin Yun's arms swelled up. His palms are like heavenly lion claws, they fiercely pierced into Huatongan's body, who is being entangled by tree vines. When he attacked, Heavenly Lion's heavenly roar burst out, surging with a burst of very strong mental power attack. This is shattering dragon thunder flame claw. Voila! After Qin Yun's claws stabbed into Huatongan's body, he vigorously tore it to 2 sides and burst out a burst of violent thunder flame. Another one of Huatongan's avatar has been killed, and the remaining Huatongan, after recovering the remnant power of the 2 avatars, let out a heaven and earth shaking roar. Boom! Huatongan's body suddenly exploded, shattering those tree vines and electric locks. He self-destructed? The thin cat cried out in alarm. Everyone is extremely shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the battle stage. Because Huatongan's body has indeed exploded into flames. Qin Yun stood on the battle stage. He can feel that Huatongan is still there and his aura seems to have become even stronger. The flames all around the battle stage suddenly started revolving, turning into a fire tornado that wrapped around Qin Yun. Hoo! The saber-like tornado rotated at high speed. The howling sound is very frightening. Qin Yun is being entangled by the tornado. He only feels that his body is very hot. What is shocking is that the flames scattered all over the battle stage. Other than turning into a tornado, they also turned into a person. Huatongan appeared once again. His body could suddenly explode into many flames, and then reassemble into a new person, or reassemble into something else. At this moment, Qin Yun is being entangled by the fire tornado formed by the flames. It is truly a fire tornado because a fire dragon appeared inside, roaring and letting out waves of dragon roar. The fire tornado suddenly stopped, leaving behind a fire dragon that tightly wrapped around Qin Yun. Sect leader Fu Yun, your cultivation is inferior to mine, but your strength is not below mine. Huatongan said gravely. However, I am still a bit stronger than you. You will lose for sure. Sect Master Tsangxuan's tense expression eased as a smile emerged on his face. Huatongan's strength has grown beyond my expectations. Ha ha, now it's his turn to tie up Qin Yun. The Tsangxuan sect disciples had also witnessed Huatongan's strength, and many believed that he was very likely to be the next sect master. I won't lose, Qin Yun said. Whether you win or lose is not up to you but to me. Huatongan smiled faintly, and a burst of arrogant potential suddenly surged out. Arrogant dragon aura, and it was very manic. Huatongan suddenly rushed out, his fist is like a violent thunder. People with good eyesight can see that when he punched, his fist is like a powerful dragon head, rushing towards Qin Yun's abdomen. Huatongan's punch is very terrifying, even the space is shaking. The supergravity released by Qin Yun was directly smashed to pieces by the punch. Qin Yun's body is currently entangled by the fire dragon, unable to move at all. Boom! Hua Tonggen's fist landed on Qin Yun's abdomen and sent him flying. The Zhongshuan sect disciples burst into cheers because Qin Yun has finally been beaten to the ground. Qin Yun's body is still entangled by the fire dragon, but he did not let out a cry of pain. What caused Hua Tonggen to be shocked is that Qin Yun was not seriously injured by his punch. Qin Yun's body slightly trembled, overflowing with a ferocious aura. The heavenly law's ferocious aura inside his body suddenly furiously rushed out and poured into his arm. The Nether Sun totem also attached to his arm. His arm swelled up. The heavenly lion's ferocious aura caused the fire dragon to feel fear and let out a weak roar. Everyone can see that Qin Yun's arm under his sleeve has suddenly become a size bigger. Hua Tonggen is alarmed. He swiftly rushed over. Dragon power on his fist exploded, air waves surged and flew towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun's arm suddenly shook, a black heavenly lion claw appeared and tore the fire dragon to pieces. Roar! Qin Yun is lying on the ground. He pushed out his palm and unleashed heavenly lion extinction dragon palm. The vast and ferocious power, accompanied by the sorrowful cries of the wild dragon, rushed towards Hua Tonggen's dragon head fist. Boom! Fist and palm collided. Qin Yun's palm power is invincible. His aura is incomparably powerful. He has the upper hand, turning Hua Tonggen's arm and half of his body into flames. Hua Tonggen's body is very special. After receiving a fierce attack, it will turn into flames and scatter, as if it is inextinguishable. Qin Yun jumped up from the ground, and after he stood up, he hurriedly cast the suffering divine power to envelop it. Hua Tonggen immediately let out a painful cry, and his movements became sluggish. Black gas filled the air above Qin Yun's head as a nether moon appeared. Li Longxian immediately exclaimed, "Psychic nether moon, this guy is going to use his strongest psychic attack." Spirit transforming into the nether moon, this caused everyone present to be frightened and envious. This was a state where one's mental strength was extremely high, a realm that was difficult to achieve. Especially people like Li Longxian, who came from the inscription world, they yearn for this kind of mental power realm the most. They don't know how to achieve it. The nether moon released by Qin Yun shot out intense mental power, transformed into black gas, accompanied by the supergravity released by the nether sun. Hua Tonggen's body can't be destroyed, but his soul is different. Spirit transforming into nether moon means that there is an extremely formidable mental power attack. This kind of formidable attack is enough to destroy one's soul. If one doesn't specially cultivate mental power, they wouldn't know how to defend against such formidable nether moon mental power. Normally, only some defensive equipment could block nether moon's mind power attack. Floating Cloud Sect Master, we concede. Zhongshuan Sect Master suddenly shouted. His sigh filled with unwillingness enveloped the entire floating cloud heavenly mountain. Qin Yun promptly took back the nether moon. Hua Tonggen's flame body is suppressed by the nether moon mental power. It is impossible for him to quickly recover. If this continues, his soul will be obliterated. At this moment, Hua Tonggen's body gradually returned to its original state. His face is still filled with fear. Just now, his soul was attacked by a formidable mental power. Especially that suffering divine ability power, it caused his soul to feel incomparable pain. Floating Cloud Sect Master, you win. Hua Tonggen let out a long sigh and said, I concede, I wholeheartedly accept my loss. Your body is very strong, it is almost indestructible. But your soul is not good enough, you need to strengthen your soul cultivation. Otherwise, no matter how strong your body is, once your opponent finds an opportunity to attack your soul, you will be completely finished. Qin Yun said. Many thanks for the advice. Hua Tonggen nodded. This is indeed my weakness. Zhongshuan Sect Master was the first to concede, so that Zhongshuan Sect disciples can't complain. They also saw how dreadful Qin Yun is. Only Hua Tonggan could resist for a while. If it was any other young ninth stage Tao immortal, they would have already died without even ashes remaining. After the barrier closed, Qin Yun walked down the stage. Hong Quangang laughed heartily, walked over and said, "Floating Cloud Sect Master, you are truly amazing. If your cultivation was the same as mine, you would have defeated me with one hand." Songshuan sect disciples no longer dare to look down on Qin Yun because he, a 7th stage Tao immortal, has the strength to contend against golden immortals. Floating Cloud Sect Master, from today onwards, this Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain is returned to you. I really did not expect that you would be able to take back the Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain. Hong Quangang said with smile. Songshuan Sect Master, you have obtained this Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain for so long, yet you have not discovered anything. It is also useless. You should return to your Songshuan mountain. That place is much better than here. At least it will not be so troublesome to go up and down. Hong Quangang said with smile. That's true. We will go back tonight. Songshuan Sect Master smiled at Qin Yun and said, Floating Cloud Sect Master, our Songshuan sect is holding this meeting to discuss how to deal with the Xieyang race. You come from Immortal Desolate, you are very knowledgeable, I hope you can give us some advice. Qin Yun nodded and said, No problem, I will do my best to fight against the Xieyang race with everyone. They are our true enemy. They threaten the stability of the great dragon Desolate Domain. Hong Quangang looked at Li Longxian and shouted, Li Longxian, what about you? When are you going to settle the debt? I will definitely. Li Longxian forced a smile and said, Then I will wait. If you want to act shamelessly, don't even think about leaving the great dragon Desolate Domain. Hong Quangang laughed loudly, then walked over and put his hand on Li Longxuan's shoulder. Let's go, we will talk inside. Xian Yinyun and Qin Yun also held hands and walked towards a large hall. There is a situation. Songshuan Sect Master looked into the distance and shouted, The Xieyang race is here. There are 2 huge lizard dragons. They are flapping their large bat wings and flying over very quickly. There are many people standing on the back of the lizard dragons. Are they here to attack? That would be for the best. Hong Quangang took out the blue sacred saber. He has wanted to try it for a long time. Li Longxian shouted in low voice, Sect Master Hong Long, don't be in a hurry to attack. There are many weak disciples here. If a battle breaks out, it will affect them. Songshuan Sect Master also nodded. The Xieyang race has come here a few times. Every time they come, they just want to talk with us. If they want to fight, they will fight somewhere else. 2 huge lizard dragons quickly arrived above the Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain, flapped their wings and created a gale filled with strong evil power. Sect Master Songshuan, when did you agree to search this mountain for us? An old man standing on the lizard dragon's head shouted coldly. Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain is not our Songshuan sect's. It now belongs to Floating Cloud's sect. Sect Master Songshuan is here. You can ask him. Songshuan Sect Master said. Chapter 15-17. Saint Mysterious Crystal Qin Yun looked at the 2 huge black lizard dragons in the sky and felt an itch in his heart. He very much wanted to beat them down. Back in the Heart Yang realm, he saw a Xieyang Saint Dragon like this, but it was killed in the end. I am Sect Master Fu Yun. Qin Yun shouted. A young man. The Xieyang race elder sneered and said in a threatening tone, Songshuan sect has returned Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain to you. Now the decision is in your hands. Your Floating Cloud sect is very weak. Can you defend this Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain? Why don't you hand it over to us? We will help you defend it. Qin Yun smiled and said, Our relationship with Hong Longshan is very good. We only need Hong Longshan to protect us. Besides, North Wind Valley and Songshuan sect will not attack us. Flood Dragon Desolate Domain is not small. Even if the three great sects do not attack you, other forces will attack. Hand over Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain to us, we will help you defend it. Otherwise, in less than a year, Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain will be attacked. The elder sneered. Everyone can see that the Xie Yang race is threatening Qin Yun to let them search Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain. If he doesn't agree, they will secretly attack Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain. Don't be afraid, our Hong Longshan can help Floating Cloud sect defend it. Hong Quangang shouted. Good, then I will see how long you can defend it. The elder coldly shouted and then controlled the huge lizard dragon to fly away. Very soon, the two lizard dragons flew far away. Sect Master Fu Yun, this is your fault. Why do you want to take back Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain? Li Longxian shook his head and sighed. Your Floating Cloud sect is so weak, you can't fight against the Xie Yang race at all. You will only harm Hong Longshan. Sect Master Bei Feng nodded and said, It is better to hand it back to Tsangshuan sect. How about this, your Floating Cloud sect disciples come over and stay with Tsangshuan disciples on Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The Xie Yang race has never attacked Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain because Tsangshuan sect is guarding it. No need, my Hong Longshan can defend it. Hong Quangang patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, Sect Master Fuyun, don't worry. No matter how strong those Xie Yang bastards are, they won't dare to fight head-on. Li Longxian continued, There should only be a few people from the Floating Cloud sect, right? What do you want such a big mountain for? I can't protect him. Hong Quangang coldly snorted and said, Li Longxian, our Hong Longshan protects Floating Cloud sect, isn't that enough? Sect Master Hong Long, you are so concerned about this. Are you trying to take over this Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain? Li Longxian laughed. Don't mind me, I was just joking. Qin Yun said with a faint smile. Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain has a mountain protection array and I have the Floating Clouds token. If I can activate the array, I can protect Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain. The Xie Yang race cannot break in at all. That's good, that's good. Li Longxian laughed. Hong Quangang nudged Qin Yun and sent sound transmission to him. These guys from Inscription World, I don't know what sinister plot they have, they are plotting against Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Qin Yun can also see it clearly. Sect Master Bei Feng said, Floating Cloud Sect Master, we originally wanted to discuss how to resist the Xie Yang race and form an alliance, but now, it seems like you are very unfavorable for us. Why do you say that? Qin Yun asked. Because your Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain will be attacked by the Xie Yang race at any time. And your Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain is so weak, if you join our alliance, we will have to fight against the Xie Yang race to protect you. Sect Master Bei Feng said. Li Longxian nodded with smile and said, That's right, originally, when we form an alliance, the strength of our allies must be equal, that is only fair. And Floating Cloud sect is so weak, yet you don't want to let Tsangshuan sect stay in Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain. This will only attract powerful enemies to suppress us. This is very unfair to our allies. Sect Master Tsangshuan, what do you think? If you don't let Floating Cloud sect join, I, Hong Longshan, will also not join you. Hong Quangang said. Alliance is for overall benefit. If the three great sects form an alliance, the Xie Yang race will not dare to provoke us even more. But if we join Floating Cloud sect, they will definitely attack Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain in order to occupy it. As allies, we will be passively fighting against the Xie Yang race, while we will not get any benefits and will have to protect the weak Floating Cloud sect. Sect Master Tsangshuan paced back and forth a few steps and sighed. This way, we will not have enough time to prepare. Li Longxian said with smile. If Sect Master Floating Cloud sect does not take back Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain, the Xie Yang race will not attack. Alliance is still possible. I want Floating Clouds Heavenly Mountain, I can defend it. You can discuss the alliance among yourselves, I will not join you. Qin Yun said with smile. Everyone, no need to say any more, quickly come inside. You are all guests of my floating cloud sect today. Sect Master Tsangxuan and the Tsangxuan sect people are very unhappy in their hearts because Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain was originally theirs and the gathering was also hosted by them. But Qin Yun, the weakest sect master, actually turned from guest to host. Sect Master Floating Cloud, the Xie race has been acting very strangely recently. I need to quickly return to Tsangxuan Mountain to make arrangements. I will immediately take all the disciples and leave Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain. Sect Master Bei Feng also said, we also need to quickly go back and make arrangements. Then I won't send you off. Qin Yun quickly cupped his hands and said with a smile, Sect Master Tsangxuan, thank you for protecting Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain for so many years. Have a good journey. Li Longxian looked at Qin Yun and said, once Sect Master Tsangxuan leaves with all the disciples, if the Xie race suddenly attacks, what will your Floating Cloud sect do? He shook his head and sighed. Young man, you are too competitive. If I were you, I would consider the big picture and let Sect Master Tsangxuan continue to control Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain to intimidate the Xie race. You are saying as if our Hong Longshan cannot intimidate the Xie race. Li Longxian, don't be an alarmist. Hong Quangang shouted angrily. Li Longxian clearly wants to help Sect Master Tsangxuan occupy Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain. Li Longxian said so many words to make Qin Yun panic and then leave Tsangxuan sect. But what surprised him is that Sect Master Tsangxuan wants to leave with the disciples, but Qin Yun does not even want to stay. Pass down my order, pack your things within an hour, leave Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain and return to Tsangxuan Mountain. Sect Master Tsangxuan's voice enveloped Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain and spread far away. Sect Master Tsangxuan, why are you saying so much? If the Xie race hears this, they will definitely come back. Li Longxian hurriedly said in a low voice. Sect Master Tsangxuan is not worried, don't worry for them. Sect Master Tsangxuan smiled and said, Sect Master Tsangxuan is so powerful, he is not afraid of the Xie race at all. I am ashamed of my inferiority. The disciples of Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain don't want to leave, but they have no choice but to leave. Bang bang bang. Rumbling sounds came from afar, many buildings collapsed and were destroyed by Tsangxuan sect disciples. Why did they destroy so many buildings? Xian Yinyun, who is beside Qin Yun, said angrily. The buildings of Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain are old and damaged. Most of the buildings here were rebuilt by us. Only the Cloud Dragon Pagoda is not damaged. A middle-aged man said. Sect Master Tsangxuan chuckled and said, the people of Floating Cloud's sect will definitely look down on our broken buildings. Moreover, they will not like this architectural style. We will destroy them before we leave, so it will be very convenient for them to rebuild in the future. Boom. The large hall in front was also destroyed. Besides the Cloud Dragon Pagoda, all the buildings here were destroyed. Tsangxuan sect disciples are crazily destroying the buildings here to vent the anger and unwillingness in their hearts. Moreover, they also set fire to many wooden buildings, causing thick smoke to rise into the sky. It is clear that they want to attract the attention of the Xie race. Sect Master Bei Feng, Sect Master Tsangxuan, why don't you come to my flying ship to discuss the alliance? You can send elders back to make arrangements for the disciples. We plan to stay here for a long time and join hands with you to fight against the Xie race. Li Longxian smiled and said, all right, let's go. Sect Master Tsangxuan smiled and said, let's go, a flying ship, this is a good thing. Sect Master Bei Feng was envious. Being able to fly in the Flood Dragon Desolate region is a manifestation of strength. Wait, settle the bill first. Hong Quangang took a step forward and placed his hand on Li Longshuan's shoulder. He said coldly, "I gave you a few hundred years, can't you pay me back?" Sect Master Hong Long, we will definitely pay you back. Isn't it not convenient now? Look, I am going to discuss important matters with these two sect masters. Li Longxian smiled and said, "Who?" With a flash of blue light, Hong Quangang suddenly took out the blue sacred blade and placed it on Li Longshuan's neck. He shouted angrily, "If you delay any longer, I will chop you up and use your dog life to pay for the debt." Sect Master Hong Long, let's talk this out, let's talk this out. Li Longshuan's face was also filled with fear. He shouted, "Is that a sacred blade in your hand? Where did it come from?" "Sect Master Fu Yun gave it to me," Hong Quangang said. "I have long wanted to test the power of this blade." Elder Liang said, "The sacred tool is damaged, even if it's damaged it's enough to chop this old dog. I will count to 3, if you don't settle the bill, I will chop you." Hong Quangang shouted, I'll give. Li Longxian quickly took out a storage bag and took out a fist-sized silver crystal. After Hong Quangang took it, he handed it to an old man beside him and said, "Weigh it." We dug out 500 gene of instant space immortal iron for them, and they promised us 50 gene of saint profound silver crystals. The old man weighed it and said with frown, 49 gene 8 taels. You still lack 2 taels. Li Longxian, damn you! Not only did you owe me for a few hundred years, you are also short on weight. Do you want to die? Hong Quangang shouted angrily and released his killing intent. I will make up for it. Li Longxian was scared. He took out another silver crystal and handed it to Hong Quangang. After Hong Quangang took it, he put away the saber and furiously groaned, "Quickly scram! Sect Master Hong Long, you shouldn't treat your friends from Inscription World like this. You will regret it." Songshuan Sect Master shook his head and said, "Regret your grandpa. Li Longxian must have already settled the bill with you. He only owes me. Do you think that because my limbs are developed, my brain is simple? All of you scram for me. Stay far away from Floating Clouds, Heavenly Mountain," Hong Quangang furiously said. "Li Longxian is also very angry," he said with sneer. "Sect Master Fuyun, did you see that? Hong Quangang is telling us to scram from Floating Clouds, Heavenly Mountain. He is talking as if Floating Clouds, Heavenly Mountain belongs to him. After we leave, you must be careful. With your bit of strength, you won't be able to contend against Hong Quangang." Chapter 1518. Mysterious Head. Chapter 1518. Let's go, let's go. Li Longxian laughed mischievously, then invited Sect Master Bei Feng and Songshuan Sect Master to board the black ship. After smashing everything, the Songshuan Sect disciples angrily left and slid down the long vines. Some of the core disciples and elders were invited by Li Longxian to the black ship. All the North Wind Valley disciples boarded the ship. Majority of the Songshuan Sect disciples returned to their hometown under the lead of 3 elders. Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain's peak is completely empty, only the Cloud Dragon Pagoda is still there. Sect Master Songshuan, don't mind what that guy said just now. He is trying to sow discord between us. Hong Quangang angrily stamped his foot. I really want to kill him. I can see that. Qin Yun faintly smiled and said, "Those guys from Inscription World must have some other goal. It is not just instant space immortal iron. They must have come for something. Xieyang race is also looking for that thing." Hong Quangang furiously said, "Those bastards from Inscription World actually want to occupy Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain, those bastards. Sect Master Hong Long, help me bring the Floating Cloud Sect disciples here. You stay here for now, I will go take a look around," Qin Yun said. "Alright." Soon after, Hong Quangang arranged for people to follow Old Cripple and Thin Cat. Qin Yun also produced many tree vines. They can quickly pull up the people below. Little Nianyun, bring me to take a look, Qin Yun said. Xian Yun has been in Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain for many years. Because she is the chief disciple, she has come into contact with many secret. Big brother, there is a big hole at the peak of Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. They couldn't enter that hole before, Xian Yun said in low voice, and then looked at the black ship flying far away. The black ship is floating in the sky. Apparently they don't plan to leave Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Xian Yun lightly groaned and said, "Why didn't they leave? Don't tell me they really want to snatch Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain?" Of course not. They don't dare to attack, otherwise Sect Master Hong Long will fight them to the death. They should be waiting for Xieyang race to come, Qin Yun said with smile. Waiting for Xieyang race to come? Xian Yun was suddenly very worried as she looked at the black evil sun. My guess is that the Xieyang race already knows about the situation here. Once they are certain that the Tsangshuan sect will no longer protect the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain, they will attack. Qin Yun said, "Those guys want to see us surrounded by the Xieyang race. Big brother, don't worry about them, I'll take you to that cave." Xian Yun pulled Qin Yun towards the collapsed hall. After going over, Xian Yun waved her hand and sent out a wave of energy, sweeping away the ruins. A large crater that was dozens of meters wide appeared in the ground. All this time, this huge hole had been covered up by the main hall. Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain is very formidable. The mountain rocks of this mountain are very sturdy. It seems like there is some kind of power protecting it. It is impossible to break through. Xian Yun pulled Qin Yun and arrived beside the large hole. Qin Yun looked down and was secretly alarmed. Looking down from above, he could see the top of a pagoda. In other words, a pagoda had shrunk into the ground. Xian Yun threw a stone down. After the stone landed, it was suddenly bounced back by a power. That is the secret of the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain, Xian Yun said in low voice. Big brother, can you make that pagoda float? I should be able to. Qin Yun took out the Floating Cloud token and said, I will go down and take a look. He jumped down and unleashed the Floating Cloud inscription ability. After landing, the Floating Cloud token in his hand suddenly trembled, allowing him to pass through the barrier and land on the top of the pagoda. He stood beside a thick needle at the top of the pagoda. There is a several dozen meters long golden needle at the top of the pagoda. Qin Yun approached it and discovered that it is somewhat similar to his Floating Cloud divine needle. At this time, the pagoda also slowly floated up and the entire Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain slightly trembled. Qin Yun is puzzled in his heart. If he can make this pagoda float, why can't the Floating Cloud sect master? Not long after, a 20-story tall golden pagoda emerged from the crater. The pagoda looks like it was made from many golden crystals. Under the sunlight, it flickered with golden radiance. On the deck of the giant flying ship, Sect Master Tsangshuan, Sect Master Beifeng and Li Longxian are using telescopic tools to observe. The Floating Cloud Heavenly Pagoda has finally appeared. This guy actually made the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain float. None of the previous Floating Cloud sect masters could do it. What is his background? Sect Master Tsangshuan cursed in a low voice. Legend has it that when the pagoda encounters danger, it will retreat into the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. The Heavenly Mountain protects the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain and no one has ever entered that pagoda before. Sect Master Beifeng said. Is the thing that the Xieyang race is looking for inside? What could it be? Li Longshuan's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice. What kind of head? Sect Master Tsangshuan shook his head and said, I don't know. In short, there are many secrets inside the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. According to our many years of investigation, the interior of this giant mountain is empty. Although the pagoda is very big and tall, it only occupies a small part of the peak. Sect Master Bei Feng said in shock. Could it be that there are many things hidden inside the mountain? Sect Master Tsangxuan shook his head. I don't know. On the top of the floating cloud heavenly mountain, Hong Quangang also excitedly shouted. It's the floating cloud heavenly tower. He hurriedly walked over. Qin Yun stood at the top of the pagoda and then jumped down. Floating cloud sect master, how did you make this pagoda appear? Hong Quangang said in pleasant surprise. Back then, this pagoda suddenly shrank down. Later on, the succeeding sect masters could not make this pagoda rise. Has anyone entered this pagoda before? Qin Yun looked at the dazzling golden pagoda in front of him, holding the floating cloud token in his hand. He was secretly excited. No. No one has ever entered before, according to the ancient book left behind by the founder of my Hong Dragon Mountain. It only said that this pagoda was built by the founder of the floating cloud sect. Our Hong Dragon Mountain, no matter what, must protect the people of the floating cloud sect and ensure that their floating cloud tokens are not lost. Hong Quangang said. Qin Yun looked at the pagoda and suddenly felt that it had something in common with the boxy and tattered floating cloud pagoda. The main thing was that strange feeling. Floating cloud sect master, try and see if you can open the door. If you can open it, you can go in. I will guard outside. If the Xieyang race knows that this pagoda suddenly appeared, they will definitely come over. Hong Quangang said. Qin Yun pulled Xian Yun and walked towards the door. There is a hole in the door that can be inserted into the floating cloud token. Qin Yun inserted the floating cloud token into the hole and then turned it. The door opened. Tsangxuan sect master, who was watching from a distance, suddenly cried out in alarm. It opened! That guy actually opened that door. The door was not opened very wide. After Qin Yun brought Xian Yun in, the door automatically closed. So strange. After Xian Yun came in, she tenderly exclaimed in admiration. The situation inside the pagoda caused Qin Yun and Xian Yun to widen their horizons. They only felt that it is very mysterious. From the outside, this pagoda looks like 20 floors, but inside, there is no concept of floors. One can see the top with a single glance. And what they are standing on is not the floor, it is very soft, as if they are standing on water. The floor inside the pagoda looks like a calm golden water surface. When they step on it, ripples appear, it is very beautiful. Xian Yun lightly jumped. Her steps splashed out many golden fireflies and slowly drifted away. After Qin Yun walked to the middle, he saw a box under his feet, it is soaking in the golden water. He quickly put his hand into the water and took out the white box. After opening it, he revealed a smile. Inside the box there is the floating cloud heavenly seal. It is square, snow-white and only the size of a palm. After opening the box, he saw the seal surface. There are many runes on the seal surface, one can vaguely see the word, floating cloud. This square seal body is still missing one thing, it is the seal head on the seal body. Xiao Yuemei said that it is a dragon. Finally found the seal body, I don't know what use it has. Qin Yun picked up the jade seal, and found a piece of paper under it. He opened it and saw some words written on it. They are the words left to him by his past life. If you come to the great dragon desolate domain to obtain the seal body, don't be in a hurry to leave. There are even more precious things hidden inside. Back then, I searched for many years but couldn't find them. As for what it is, I am not too clear. I only know that it is ahead. Where it is hidden and how to obtain it, it is up to you. Back then, I used a puppet avatar to enter the great dragon desolate domain and created the floating cloud sect. There are clues about the mysterious head inside the floating cloud heavenly mountain. I hope you can obtain the mysterious head and find out what it is. After Qin Yun finished reading, he is secretly amazed. His past life, immortal king floating cloud, searched for a very long time inside the great dragon desolate domain but was unable to find the mysterious head. What made him puzzled is that his past life did not know what it was, so why did he search for it? The evil sun race is also searching for that head. Li Longxian and others who just arrived from the inscription world, their goal is also very clear, they are here for that mysterious head. What is that? Qin Yun is extremely curious in his heart. Big brother, what is going on with this pagoda? Why is there no floor? Xian Yun very curiously asked. This pagoda is only an entrance, we can dive down from here and enter the floating cloud heavenly mountain. Qin Yun said with smile. I can use the floating cloud token to dive down. I can also control the cloud dragon pagoda to come in. Just as he finished speaking, the cloud dragon pagoda suddenly floated in. It is as if it is floating on a golden water surface. Big brother, is there a mountain protection formation? Xian Yun said with some worry. If there isn't, what do we do when the evil sun race attacks? There isn't, but as long as we hide inside, it will be fine. Qin Yun said. This pagoda is very safe. Qin Yun can sense that the floating cloud heavenly pagoda is closely connected to the heavenly mountain below. It is absorbing the energy of the heavenly mountain. Little Nian Yun, I will dive down first and take a look. Wait for me above. Qin Yun said. If there is no danger below, I will bring you down to take a look. Chapter 15-19. Blood of Tianshan. Qin Yun had the floating cloud token in his hand. As long as he wanted to enter the water below, he could immediately dive down. When Xian Yun saw Qin Yun suddenly fall into the water, she asked, Brother, is the water warm? Yes. I'm going down, it might take me some time to come back up, don't worry. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he quickly dived down very deep. After diving down, Qin Yun thought that he would be able to enter the floating clouds heavenly mountain very quickly, but he is still swimming in the golden water. Why is it so deep? Qin Yun felt that he had already dived hundreds of meters deep. Xiao Yun, could it be that the bottom of the floating cloud sky mountain is filled with this kind of golden water? Ling Yuner said, what clues will there be below? Qin Yun thought that the floating clouds heavenly mountain's interior was empty. He never expected it to be filled with this kind of golden water. What's going on with the water here? Qin Yun is currently in the water and he is still very deep. The golden water emitted a faint golden light. Even though it was very deep, it was still very bright. Apart from glowing, there was nothing special about the golden water. Continue to dive down and take a look, Qin Yun said in his heart. Maybe there is something down there. He continued to dive down and discovered that the deeper he went, the greater the resistance. It took a lot of effort to dive down, forcing him to release a supergravity to press his body down. I can't see the bottom. After diving for half a day, Qin Yun feels that the depth he has reached has already surpassed the height of floating cloud heavenly mountain. Don't tell me it is below the floating cloud heavenly mountain? Qin Yun doubtfully asked Ling Yuner to release even stronger supergravity to press him down. He thought that there was no end, but he suddenly felt that he could not go any further. His feet touched something very solid at the bottom. What happened? Qin Yun hurriedly swam and allowed his head to look down at the crystal that was emitting golden light at the bottom. Clues about the mysterious head? Where is it? Qin Yun roamed around but did not see anything. Xiao Yun, take out the floating cloud token. Ling Yuner suddenly shouted. You might be able to pass through that golden crystal wall. Qin Yun promptly took out the floating cloud token and touched the golden crystal wall. As soon as he touched it, he immediately felt a suction force sucking him in. Behind the crystal wall, he came to a secret room surrounded by green jade. In the middle of the secret room, there was a table with many carvings on it. Qin Yun took a careful look. Someone had carved images on the table. The first image was of many tiny people surrounding a person. In the second picture, the man's head was cut off. In the third picture, the man's body was burning. In the fourth picture, there was only a head left, and the head gave off a very strong light, killing everyone around it. In the fifth picture, the head could float on its own. Seeing this content, Qin Yun frowned and said, "What kind of clue is this? There are no clues at all." Ling Yun'er sighed. "If the clues were useful, you might have found that mysterious head in your previous life." Qin Yun looked around and said, "What is this place? What is that golden water outside?" "Is that golden water the energy source of the floating cloud's heavenly mountain?" Ling Yun'er said, "Xiao Yun, the floating cloud heavenly mountain is very sturdy and hard to destroy. It might be because of that mysterious energy protecting it. No matter, I have already obtained the floating cloud heavenly seal's imprint body." Qin Yun took out the floating cloud command token and wanted to leave the secret room. But he suddenly discovered that the floating cloud command token suddenly released a burst of dark green light. Then some things appeared in Qin Yun's mind. "Very good, floating cloud command token, tell me what is the use of this secret room." Qin Yun is very happy in his heart. So this is the heart of the floating cloud's heavenly mountain. And the golden water outside is actually the blood of this mountain. Mountain's blood? Ling Yun'er suddenly recalled the mountain god and said with smile, "Could it be that this mountain is the same as people?" "More or less. The floating cloud's heavenly mountain has an ancient spirit, but it doesn't communicate with people. It silently absorbs the energy from underground and cultivates that golden water." Qin Yun held the floating cloud command token. He has a lot of understanding about the floating cloud's heavenly mountain. Those who hold the floating cloud command token can obtain the permission of the floating cloud's heavenly mountain. They can freely move around inside the floating cloud's heavenly mountain. There truly is a mountain protecting formation, Qin Yun said with smile. Those sect masters were unable to use the floating cloud command token properly before because they were disrespectful towards the floating cloud's heavenly mountain. Only in this stone room can they sense the floating cloud's heavenly mountain's mountain spirit. By establishing trust with the floating cloud's heavenly mountain, they can control the floating cloud's heavenly mountain. "Wait for me to go up, I will open the formation," Qin Yun said. "Quickly go out, those Xie people might already be here," Ling Yun'er said. Before Qin Yun left, he took away the stone table. Because there are carvings on it, he might be able to discover something from it. He tightly held the floating cloud command token and closed his eyes. His body suddenly became enveloped by a burst of golden light, and then a spatial fluctuation appeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived inside the floating cloud heavenly pagoda and stood on the golden water surface. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Qin Yun arrived, he heard a burst of explosion. "Big brother, those Xie people are attacking, I can't go out," Xian Yun anxiously yelled. "I don't know what the situation is outside." "When did those Xie people come?" Qin Yun asked. "They came for a while." Xian Yun pulled Qin Yun and said anxiously, "Sect Master Hong Long is still outside. Let's go out immediately." Qin Yun hastily walked towards the door. Outside, 2 huge lizard dragons are floating in the sky, continuously releasing berserk black thunder and lightning towards the peak of the floating cloud's heavenly mountain. There are several hundred people on the peak. Some are disciples of Hong Long Mountain, some are floating cloud sect's weak disciples. The black thunder and lightning released by the 2 dragons were blocked by Hong Quangang and a few elders. And not far away from the 2 dragons, there is a large black ship. On the ship, Li Longxian loudly sneered and said, "Hong Quangang, look at that floating cloud sect master. He brought his lovely wife into that pagoda to hide. He didn't even open the door to let you in and let you suffer outside, ha ha ha." "That's right. That floating cloud sect master probably wants you to die." Sect Master Bei Feng laughed loudly and said, "Sect Master Hong Long, you have been abandoned. That guy will definitely not open the door because if he does, Xie people will be able to rush in." There are many Xie people standing on the back of the 2 lizard dragons. They are all holding weapons in their hands, ready to attack at any moment. The reason why Xie people have not gone down yet is because Hong Quangang and others are not weak. If they go down and Hong Quangang and others go all out, their side will also suffer heavy casualties. They let the flying lizard dragons continuously release black thunder and lightning. This way they can slowly erase Hong Quangang's power. Li Longxian laughed loudly and said, Hong Quangang, how do you feel? Floating Cloud Sect Master must be worried that you will take over Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain. That's why he didn't open the door to let you in. He clearly wants to exhaust you to death. Li Longxian, don't think of people as despicable as you. Do you think everyone is as despicable as you? Hong Quangang furiously shouted and punched, blocking a descending thunder and lightning. Suddenly, the Floating Cloud Heavenly Tower's door opened. Qin Yun came out and shouted, Li Longxian, I have come out, I have disappointed you. He is holding the Floating Cloud token in his hand. As soon as he came out, the Floating Cloud token released a burst of golden light. The entire Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain suddenly surged with energy. The Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain's great formation has opened. It released a very strong barrier to protect the entire heavenly mountain. The black thunder and lightning released by the two lizard dragons have been blocked by the barrier and can no longer come down. Li Longxian and Songshuan sect master's expression suddenly became very unsightly. They did not expect that the Floating Cloud's heavenly mountain truly has a great mountain protection formation, moreover it is very strong. Floating Cloud Sect Master, what did you find inside the pagoda? The Xie Yang race elder loudly shouted. I didn't find anything, Qin Yun said. You are lying. The Xie Yang race elder is very angry. He threw out a black pearl. The black pearl landed on the barrier and exploded with a burst of very strong energy. However, it was still unable to shake the barrier. At this moment, Hong Longshan and Floating Cloud sect disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Even if there is something inside, what does it have to do with you? Qin Yun said in cold voice. That is something that belongs to our Xie Yang race, of course it has something to do with us. Don't even think about coming out for the rest of your lives. The elder furiously said. Li Longxian suddenly said, Xie Yang race, you can take this opportunity to attack Hong Longshan. Their sect master and several powerful elders are here. Now is the best time to attack Hong Longshan. After Hong Quangang heard this, he furiously roared, Li Longxian, don't let me get the opportunity, otherwise I will chop you into pieces. The Xie Yang race elder laughed loudly and said, Many thanks for this friend's reminder, we will definitely attack Hong Longshan. Haha, Hong Quangang very much wants to go out, but with his strength, he is unable to fight against so many Xie Yang race experts. Attack Hong Longshan? Hong Longshan is my Floating Cloud sect's ally, don't even think about succeeding. Ha ha ha, Floating Cloud sect master, I am very clear about your foundation. You are the only one in Floating Cloud sect who can fight, but your cultivation is only Tao immortal. You think you can stop us? The Xie Yang race elder laughed loudly and said. Li Longxian said with mischievous laugh, Xie Yang race friends, you should quickly attack Hong Longshan. Capture everyone there and threaten Floating Cloud sect master and Hong Quangang. When the time comes, you will get what you want. Li Longxian, you bastard! Hong Quangang is unable to restrain his anger. He very much wants to rush out, but he is worried that when the barrier is opened, the people outside will attack and harm Qin Yun and the others. Chapter 1520. Immortal Desolate Sacred Lord Sect Master Bei Feng sneered and said, Even if he opens the barrier, what can he do? Can he fly? Can he catch up to those two dragons? The Xie Yang race people have not left yet. The two lizard dragons are also flapping their huge bat wings and floating in the air. The Xie Yang race old man can see that Li Longxian and Hong Quangang have enmity, so he deliberately provoked Hong Quangang. If Hong Quangang is enraged, He might make Qin Yun open the barrier and start a fight here. Hong Long Sect Master, don't worry, I won't let these two dragons attack the Great Dragon Mountain. Qin Yun suddenly took out the floating cloud staff. His floating cloud staff suddenly became very long and thick, then he fiercely attacked the two lizard dragons. The long and large floating cloud staff suddenly attacked. It is unexpected and its power is extremely strong. Rumble! The overwhelming righteous power condensed by the floating cloud staff, along with the ferocious aura of the heavenly Tao, suddenly erupted with a berserk power. When it landed on the bodies of the two dragons, it directly broke their bodies. This sudden attack is truly beyond everyone's expectations. Qin Yun's attack is very fast and his power is also very strong. It contains the overwhelming righteous power as well as the heavenly lion's ferocious aura that can restrain dragons. In an instant, it broke through the evil lizard dragon's body and smashed it to pieces. Flying is not allowed in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain. After the two dragons were killed, the Xielong warriors on their backs also landed on the floating cloud Heavenly Mountains barrier. The group of people stood on the barrier and didn't dare to move. They looked at the two dragons' broken bodies and felt endless fear. They are standing on the barrier, which is 100 meters above Qin Yun and the others. They can't move because they are afraid of falling down the mountain. It must be known that flying is not allowed here. If they fall from a very high place, they will be seriously injured. Li Longxian and the Zhongshuan sect master are extremely shocked. They didn't expect Qin Yun's staff to suddenly become so long. Moreover, its power is very terrifying, it can break the bodies of the two lizard dragons. And you guys! Qin Yun's long floating cloud staff fiercely swept towards the black giant ship. Boom! The giant black ship ran very fast, but the stern of the ship was hit, and a large amount of black fragments scattered. Bastard! Li Longxian cursed angrily. His flying ship was shaking as it flew into the distance. Too slow. Qin Yun groaned and said, otherwise we could have broken their ship. The disciples of Honglong Mountain and Fuyun sect on the mountain were all dumbfounded, especially the floating cloud sect's disciples. On the way here, they heard about how formidable Qin Yun is from the mouth of Honglong Mountain's disciples. But they don't dare to believe it. They think that Honglong Mountain's disciples made up a story to deliberately tease them. And now, they saw Qin Yun break the bodies of the two dragons in a short while, and they also believe that their sect master Fuyun is very awesome. Qin Yun looked at the Xieyang race warriors in the sky and said with a sneer, didn't you want to attack Honglong Mountain? Go if you have the guts. You. Floating Cloud Sect Master, let's talk this out. The elder of the evil Yang race shouted in fear. Boom. The floating cloud staff in Qin Yun's hand became a bit shorter, it swept towards a few middle-aged Xieyang race people with berserk and fierce momentum. When it hit, it let out a burst of explosion sound and shattered those middle-aged Xieyang race people. Hong Long Sect Master, elders, I will send you up to kill them. Just as Qin Yun finished speaking, many tree vines rose up from the ground and wrapped around Hong Quangang and the elders. Then they quickly grew up. Hong Quangang is wild with joy. He laughed loudly and said, Floating Cloud Sect Master, you are too awesome. We will definitely kill these bastards. Leave that old man, I want to ask him some things. Qin Yun said. The thick tree vines are very powerful, they lifted up the experts of Hong Long Mountain and let them fight on top of them. At this time, Hong Quangang and the others also discovered that they can easily leave the barrier from inside, they don't need to close the formation. In just a short while, the Xieyang race warriors screamed miserably. Those few golden immortals died very unwillingly. Qin Yun controlled the barrier and let Hong Quangang capture the old man and bring him in. The old man was beaten up by Hong Quangang and howled repeatedly. When he landed on the ground, Hong Long Mountain disciples surrounded him and beat him up. Ha! Enough, enough, enough. Floating Cloud Sect Master wants to capture him for questioning, don't beat him to death. Hong Quangang chuckled and said. He is currently in a very good mood. And on the swaying black ship in the distance, Li Longxian is constantly cursing. That little bastard, he almost destroyed my ship. Songshuan Sect Master and Beifeng Sect Master felt a burst of fear in their hearts. They didn't expect Qin Yun's equipment to be so strong. Longxian Sect, that guy has a lot of equipment. He gave a sacred saber to Hong Long Sect Master before. He didn't even blink. He looked like he didn't feel any heartache. Beifeng Sect Master said with an envious expression. That rod in his hand that suddenly became very long is also very powerful. Of course I know that bastard came from Immortal Desolate. Immortal Desolate is in a great era, there are many good things. Li Longxian is now controlling the ship. Suddenly, an old man rushed over and yelled, Sir, not good, there is a big problem with the runes of this ship, it will soon lose the ability to fly. Motherfucker, we can only land. Li Longxian promptly controlled the ship and slowly landed on the ground. Hong Long Mountain's disciples and Floating Cloud Sect's disciples started to build houses. Hong Long Sect Master, bring that guy and follow me. Qin Yun pulled Xian Yun's arm and walked towards Floating Cloud Heavenly Pagoda. Qin Yun opened the door and let Hong Quangang bring the evil sun race old man inside. That old man is a very strong golden immortal, although he was beaten up several times. He is still very clear-headed. After he entered Floating Cloud Heavenly Pagoda, he saw the situation inside and felt very amazed. Hong Quangang said in amazement, Floating Cloud Sect Master, is it like this inside? From the outside it looks like there are 20 floors inside. It's just like this. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. There is nothing inside, only this. Qin Yun took out the large table, there are many carvings on it. Old man, I only found this thing inside. I really did not find anything. Qin Yun let Hong Quangang grab the old man. The old man was lifted up by Hong Quangang. He also saw the carvings on the table and said with frown, Impossible! If it is not here, then where is it? Tell me, what is that thing? Is it really from your evil sun race? Qin Yun asked. You. Will you kill me? The old man said in fear. I won't kill you. I will let you live and follow Hong Long Sect Master. Qin Yun said. I won't kill you, but I will imprison you in Hong Long Mountain and make you sign a soul contract. Hong Quangang said. Quickly tell everything you know to Floating Cloud Sect Master, otherwise I will let you die very miserably. I'll talk. The old man is now very scared. For people like him, as long as they can live, they can even be a dog. Qin Yun took out a chair and let the old man sit down. The old man doesn't dare to move because Hong Quangang is standing beside him with a sacred saber in his hand. Xian Yun opened her beautiful eyes wide, looked at the table and said in low voice, These should be some ancient murals, someone took them down and used them as tables. The old man nodded and said, These murals are from several epochs ago. The mysterious head you are looking for, whose head is it? Qin Yun asked. Immortal Desolate Sacred Master. The old man sighed. There is a very powerful Immortal Desolate Sacred Master in the Immortal Desolate. He can exist in the Immortal Desolate with the cultivation of a saint. He is mainly responsible for maintaining the order of the Immortal Desolate. This is a special position bestowed upon him by the 9 sons. Then he died? Qin Yun said with frown. Although he was sent by the 9 Yang Divine Palace, the 9 Yang Divine Palace disappeared a long time ago. Therefore, after the disappearance of the Immortal Desolate Sacred Master, the order of the Immortal Desolate became very chaotic. The old man looked at Qin Yun and said in low voice, I heard you came from Immortal Desolate. You should know that Immortal Desolate is very chaotic, right? It's all right, Qin Yun said. Then why are you looking for that head? The immortal desolate sacred master is not completely dead. Moreover, he knows the secret of the 9-yang divine palace. The old man said, I only know this. This is the mission that the evil Yang palace gave us. That head has been preserved? Qin Yun looked at the murals and said with frown. Yes, that head is hidden in the great dragon desolate domain. The evil Yang palace calculated that it is in this space, and controlled a Xie Yang to appear in the sky above here. The old man said again. I guess that the evil Yang palace wants to find the lost 9-yang divine palace. Qin Yun also heard about the 9-yang divine palace before. It was the spirit of the divine arrow who told him that the sun-suppressing divine arrow is the token to enter the 9-yang divine palace. You Xie Yang race actually don't know where the 9-yang divine palace is? Qin Yun is somewhat shocked. We really don't know. The old man sighed and said, although the Xie Yang race has created 9 Xie suns, compared to the 9 gigantic 9 suns that can be reborn infinitely, they are really too inferior. Our Xie Yang race wants to completely control the 9 suns. In short, many powerful gods want to control the 9 suns and obtain all the power of the 9 suns. From there, they will never die and also control the most powerful power. Qin Yun finally understood that the mysterious head hides the secret of the 9-yang divine palace. Does that head have any other use? Qin Yun asked. Why did the people from the inscription world come to look for it? I don't know about that. The old man sighed and said, the inscription world is the territory of the divine inscription palace. The divine inscription palace in the immortal desolate can no longer stay. They all hid in the inscription world of the immortal desolate. Is the divine inscription palace also very strong? When Qin Yun was in the martial desolate and spirit desolate, he often encountered the divine inscription palace. Of course it's strong. It's about the same as our evil Yang palace. The old man said. Qin Yun touched the murals and said, Immortal desolate sacred master? Isn't his strength above those great emperors? Chapter 1521. Dead Mountain Evil Forest. Hong Quangang and Qin Yun are even more curious about that mysterious head. Great Dragon Desolate Domain cannot be said to be big, but it is also not small. Our Hong Dragon Mountain is one of the oldest factions here. How could we not know what is inside? Hong Quangang said. If that mysterious head is truly inside, where is it? The Xie Yang old man said. I only heard that Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain is very mysterious. Rumor has it that Songshuan sect master spent many years, but was still unable to enter the most secret place of Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. He looked all around and said with sigh, I didn't expect that the secret of Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain is not that mysterious head. Qin Yun looked at the image on the table and said with frown, Where did you get this mural from? Who carved it? Floating Cloud sect master, I should be asking you. Hong Quangang said with smile. I found it here. Qin Yun shook his head. I really don't know where this stone came from. Xian Yun took out a small knife and lightly poked the stone table and said, It is very sturdy, it should not be ordinary stone. Not ordinary stone? What is that? Qin Yun touched the image. He did not carefully examine the stone on the table before. Xian Yun pressed her hand on the table and poured in a very strong immortal power. The stone table suddenly released a very weak spatial fluctuation. This is instant space immortal iron. Hong Quangang immediately cried out in alarm. Such a large piece of instant space immortal iron, moreover it is so complete, is it naturally formed or refined? With such a great discovery, Hong Quangang and Qin Yun are very excited. Little Nian Yun, you are truly awesome, Qin Yun said with smile. I'll put this guy away first. Hong Quangang took out a very special storage bag and stored the old man from the Xie Yang race inside. Qin Yun asked, Hong Dragon Sect Master. Little Qin, you can call me Old Hong. Hong Quangang said with smile. Old Hong, you should be very familiar with instant space immortal iron, then where did this stone come from? Qin Yun asked. Hong Quangang is walking back and forth. He is also thinking about this question. Xian Yun asked softly, Old Hong, what's the use of the instant space immortal metal in exchange for Saint Profound silver crystals? Great use, that is a very powerful kind of holy power. My Hong Long Mountain has a treasure that can only be activated by powerful saint energy. Hong Quangang said, When you mention the sacred profound silver crystal, it reminds me that Li Longxian once said that there is a place in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain where there are sacred profound silver crystals and even sacred profound gold crystals. He also said that that place has a large amount of instant space immortal metal, and it's the kind of mountain. Qin Yun asked anxiously, Where is it? Hong Quangang frowned and shook his head. That place is too dangerous. It's near the Flood Dragon Pool. It's called Death Mountain Evil Forest. It's a huge forest. The Flood Dragon Pool's flood dragon blood comes from a small stream in there. After Xian Yun heard this, she immediately held his hand tightly and said in low voice, Big brother, it's very dangerous inside. I heard that Floating Cloud sect had a very strong sect master who brought a group of outstanding elders and disciples inside. In the end, only the sect master came back, but he was seriously injured. From then on, Floating Cloud sect became weak. Hong Quangang nodded and said, That's right. I remember this matter very clearly. Back then, they went in to investigate the situation inside. Don't tell me they don't know that it's very dangerous inside? Of course they do. It's recorded in the ancient books of the Great Dragon Desolate Domain's major powers that the Death Mountain Evil Forest is very dangerous. We often warn our disciples not to go in carelessly. Hong Quangang said. Qin Yun sighed and said, It seems like the mysterious head is very likely inside the Death Mountain Evil Forest. I wonder if the Xie race went in to look for it. Hong Quangang took out the Xie race old man from his storage bag. Has your Xie race ever entered the Death Mountain Evil Forest? Hong Quangang asked. Yes, a dragon flew in with a group of people. After entering the dense fog above the Death Mountain Evil Forest, they never came out again. It's very dangerous inside. Our puppets went in and immediately lost contact with them. The old man said with fear written all over his face. The old man looked at Qin Yun and Hong Quangang and said again, Do you think that the immortal desolate sacred master's head is inside the Death Mountain Evil Forest? It's possible. Qin Yun said. The head is not inside the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain, it should be inside the Death Mountain Evil Forest. We asked the higher-ups to send more people to investigate the Death Mountain Evil Forest. The old man said. Hong Quangang said to Qin Yun, Shao Qin, the Death Mountain Evil Forest is very dangerous. Your Floating Cloud sect was able to recapture the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain because of you. You should rebuild the Floating Cloud sect. Don't go in and take risks. Old Hong, I plan to disband the Floating Cloud sect. I will leave those disciples to you. Qin Yun laughed and said, Actually, the reason I came here from Immortal Desolate is to find something. That thing is hidden inside the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain, and now I have it. Hong Quangang said in amazement. My Hong Dragon Mountain's old ancestors said that if there is something inside the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain, one day someone will come and take it away. And the Floating Cloud sect was created to protect that thing. Qin Yun nodded and said with smile, I have taken that thing. Floating Cloud sect's mission can be considered accomplished. I will pass the Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain to you. This place will be yours from now on. Qin Yun said. Hong Quangang also knows that Qin Yun wants to return to Immortal Desolate. He doesn't know what to say. Old Hong, I want to go to the Death Mountain Evil Forest. Qin Yun said again. Big brother, I also want to go. I want to accompany you. Xian Yun tightly grabbed Qin Yun's hand. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Since you want to go, you must make sufficient preparations. Hong Quangang nodded and said, although you are not a golden immortal, your strength is very good. Maybe I shouldn't be so worried about you. Qin Yun said, Old Hong, can you help me get some instant space immortal iron? I have some use for it. I don't have sacred Xian silver crystals for you, but I can use other things to exchange for it. Hong Quangang said with smile. Since you gave me the floating cloud heavenly mountain, I will give you some instant space immortal iron as thanks. Finished speaking, he took out a storage bag and handed it over to Qin Yun. Has it already been mined? Qin Yun took the bag and looked at it. There are many ores inside. It has already been mined. We control a lot of instant space iron ores. It was your floating cloud sect that gave us the responsibility to manage. Hong Quangang said with smile. These are just ores, they have not been refined yet. After they are refined, there will be more than 1,000 gene. Many thanks. Qin Yun nodded, then took out the floating cloud token and passed it to Hong Quangang. He also told Hong Quangang that he must respect the floating cloud heavenly mountain to obtain its protection. The old man from Xieyang race said, Xieyang race will surely send even more powerful people. You must be very careful. Got it, we can deal with it. Hong Quangang finished speaking and stored the old man into his storage bag. Shao Qin, did you come here on someone's request? Hong Quangang asked curiously. No, I came here on my own. Qin Yun said. Hong Quangang didn't ask too much. He knows that this involves some personal secret. He said again. Instant space immortal iron usually appears in naturally formed desolate domain. There aren't many instant space immortal iron outside immortal desolate. You can come here to get more in the future. If I need it in the future, I will definitely come. Qin Yun said with smile. Oh, that's right, Shao Qin. You want instant space immortal iron to set up a teleportation formation? Don't tell me you are also an inscription master? Hong Quangang asked in amazement. Indeed, I am an inscription master. I am only a 7th stage Dao immortal. I plan to cultivate to 9th stage Dao immortal, then refine some things for you and then go to Death Mountain Evil Forest. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Big brother, I also want to become stronger and become a golden immortal. I went to Flood Dragon Pool before, I cultivated there. Xian Yun said with sweet smile. Really? Little girl, you are really awesome. Hong Quangang said in surprise. Qin Yun said with smile. Little Nyenyun, when the time comes, you will lead the way. I also want to go to Flood Dragon Pool to take a look. Only Dao immortals can enter Flood Dragon Pool, right? Xian Yun shook her head and said, No, anyone can enter. However, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the repulsive force. I am not afraid, I can endure it. When the time comes, I will go in and cultivate with Big Brother. Alright, Qin Yun said with great anticipation. Shao Qin, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. I will first go outside and arrange some disciples, then I will return to Flood Dragon Mountain. Hong Quangang patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said with smile, I will take my leave first. Hong Quangang took some floating cloud heavenly mountain's blood. As long as he fuses the blood of disciples with the blood of the floating cloud heavenly mountain, it will become a token to enter floating cloud heavenly mountain. After Hong Quangang left, Qin Yun pulled Xian Yun and entered the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. The Cloud Dragon Pagoda is also here. Qin Yun doesn't need the floating cloud token to enter because the Cloud Dragon Pagoda is controlled by the floating cloud heavenly mountain's mountain spirit. The mountain spirit approves of Qin Yun because Qin Yun's past life had a very good relationship with the mountain spirit. Qin Yun and Xian Yun arrived at the 5th floor and saw that the black curtain to enter the 6th floor is gone. It seems like entering the space-time domain is a one-time thing. Qin Yun sighed and said, This way, the Cloud Dragon Pagoda has become very ordinary. Big brother, can you give this pagoda to me? Xian Yun said in low voice. Because this is my best and most beautiful memory. Of course I can. Qin Yun gently caressed her gentle and beautiful face and said with smile, Little Nian Yun, why haven't you broken through to Golden Immortal Realm in these past few years? Xian Yun has been stuck at 9th stage Dao Immortal Realm for several years. At that time, I felt that after losing Big Brother, there was no point in cultivating anymore. Xian Yun playfully stuck out her tongue and said with gentle smile, Now I want to become stronger and enter the Death Mountain Evil Forest with Big Brother. I will first refine something. Qin Yun laughed, took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and threw the instant space iron ores inside. Chapter 1522. A Mysterious Call. Xian Yun knows that Qin Yun is an inscription master, but she has never seen Qin Yun refine anything. She is now at the side, curiously watching Qin Yun refine the instant space iron ore. Again, Qin Yun placed the instant space iron ore Hong Quangang gave him into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. Then he closed the cauldron and used the Nether Sun and Heavenly Dao Flame to release a very strong Nether Sun Flame into the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron. The Nether Sun Flame can quickly dissolve the instant space iron ore's impurities and extract the purest immortal iron. Instant space immortal iron is very useful. It is one of the most important materials to refine teleportation talismans or all kinds of spatial magic tools. Without instant space immortal iron, one would need very complicated spatial runes or totems to bestow the material with spatial ability. For example, those devil mirrors don't have instant space immortal iron, so there are many complicated spatial runes inside, and they consume a lot of energy. Qin Yun used the Nether Sun Flame to quickly dissolve the iron ore and separate the impurities. The instant space immortal iron turned into red liquid and was poured into containers by Qin Yun, making them into square-shaped iron brick. Big brother, what do you want to refine with instant space immortal iron? Xian Yun asked. I heard that it can be used to create teleportation formation or something. It can quickly reach another place. Creating teleportation formation is rather troublesome and it consumes a large amount of instant space immortal iron. I won't do it for now, Qin Yun said with smile. I want to refine teleportation talisman. Teleportation talisman? Xian Yun said. What kind of talisman is that? I have never heard of it. I will know what it is when I finish it. Little Nian Yun, go cultivate, I still need to toss and turn for a while, Qin Yun said. And Xian Yun nodded, then took out a soft cushion, walked to a corner and sat down to cultivate. She originally wanted to cultivate together with Qin Yun, but seeing that Qin Yun is refining, she didn't ask. There isn't much instant space immortal iron, I have to use it sparingly, Qin Yun said in his heart. One talisman using one tael of immortal iron should be enough, right? The instant space immortal iron Hong Quangang gave him is of pretty good quality. However, this is the first time Qin Yun is using it, so he doesn't know how much he needs. Next, he began experimenting. He mixed space immortal iron with instant immortal yun and other materials together. The talisman paper required for the teleportation talisman was different from other talismans. It needs to be able to store a very strong amount of energy. Then after the energy is released through the spatial runes, it needs to be able to smoothly circulate the spatial power. If he had the instant space immortal metal, he would be able to store or release the power of space very easily. It would not be easy for him to make a mistake. Qin Yun fiddled with it and discovered that he needed to add 2 taels of instant void immortal metal. Just 3 taels, it's not a lot. Qin Yun took out 3 gene and planned to make 10 talisman papers. When making talisman paper, some other materials would be added. It could be beast bones, other immortal iron or sturdy materials. Its main function was to lock the stored energy. There was a large energy storage space inside the teleportation talisman. This was the only way to store more energy. Qin Yun had previously obtained a teleportation talisman, so he had studied it. He discovered that the energy storage space inside the talisman was very expensive to create. That was also where instant space immortal metal was needed. Xiao Yun, why don't we forge a teleportation tool? It can be used repeatedly. Ling Yun'er said, a teleportation talisman can only be used a few times. Teleportation tool requires a large amount of materials and a lot of time to refine. I currently don't have the conditions to refine one. But making teleportation talisman is much simpler, the materials needed are not that much. Qin Yun said with smile. If I can find that heaven-leaping shuttle in the future, I won't need to make teleportation tool. Qin Yun plans to contact Yao Fong after returning to Immortal Desolate and ask her if there is any progress. After Qin Yun finished crafting the talisman paper, he began pondering over the combination of spatial runes. The spatial runes he mastered were all seen through by Momo. And before, Devil Mirror Immortal Emperor gave him a set of spatial totem runes. Maybe a single totem is enough. Moreover, it can be even stronger and more stable. Qin Yun said, adding runes and totems, it will become very complicated. The precision of your totem carving is very high, you don't need too many runes to make up for the flaws. In addition, you have instant space immortal metal, you can make the teleportation talisman a bit more concise, Ling Yun'er said. After Qin Yun pondered for a while, he took out the floating cloud divine needle. He did not use the tool spirit, this is also to make it more stable. Not long after, he began carving runes on the talisman paper. Next, he will need to channel formidable energy inside. Generally, he will have to channel his own immortal power inside. If there is spatial power, it would definitely be even better, Qin Yun said. If there is spatial power, there is no need to directly convert it. The teleportation distance will be even further and the number of times it can be used will be even more. The runes on the talisman paper transform immortal power into spatial power. The burden on the talisman runes and talisman paper is very great. Therefore, after using it a few times, the talisman runes and talisman paper will be damaged. Xiao Yun, take out that table, Ling Yun'er said with smile. Xiao Yun poured her immortal power inside earlier. Isn't that table releasing spatial power? Qin Yun promptly took out the stone table. It is the one with the image carved on it. It is made from instant space immortal metal. Xiao Yun, come over and help me, Qin Yun said. All right. Xian Yun immediately walked over. Pour your strongest immortal power into the table. Try to control it as much as possible, don't let the immortal power leak out, Qin Yun said. Xian Yun nodded her head and did as Qin Yun said. Qin Yun also poured in very strong immortal power. Very soon, the table overflowed with spatial power. Ling Yun'er controlled the Nether Sun, swallowed the immortal power and poured it into the teleportation talisman. Not long after, the teleportation talisman's energy storage space is full. Very good, Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Yun, let's go and test the effect of this talisman. Xian Yun very happily followed Qin Yun and arrived below the floating cloud Heavenly Mountain. Below the floating cloud Heavenly Mountain, Qin Yun grabbed the teleportation talisman and controlled it to release a spatial fluctuation, marking a teleportation point. This way, the next time he uses the teleportation talisman, he will be able to teleport to this place. Xiao Yun, let's go far away. Come up, I will carry you and fly. Qin Yun said with smile. Big brother, why can you fly? I also want to learn. Xian Yun lied on Qin Yun's back and let him carry her. Xian Yun's body is warm, soft and also very fragrant. Carrying such a gentle and fragrant beauty on his back, Qin Yun has a very pleasant feeling. He used the floating cloud rune's ability and rushed to the sky in a short while and flew towards a distant place. While flying, Qin Yun released an energy barrier to prevent the gale and chaotic flow from blowing. Therefore, Xian Yun is very comfortable being carried on Qin Yun's back. So fast. Xian Yun sweetly smiled and said, "So fun! Xiao Yun, I will go back and refine a set of clothes for you. It will also allow you to fly." Qin Yun plans to use floating cloud rune to refine tools. Very good, thank you, big brother. You are truly a very strong inscription master. Previously, Sangshuan sect's inscription mysterious sect kept saying how awesome they are, but they couldn't make flying magic tools. We have to rely on those long vines to get up and down the floating cloud heavenly mountain. Xian Yun very much admires Qin Yun. Qin Yun flew with Xian Yun for more than half a day. They are very far away from the floating cloud heavenly mountain. I came here before, it took me 10 days to reach here by running on the ground. Xian Yun looked at the tall mountains below and said, "What if we go to the Dead Mountain Evil Forest?" Qin Yun asked. It will take several days to go to the Dead Mountain Evil Forest. The closest place to the Dead Mountain Evil Forest is the Great Dragon Mountain. Xian Yun said. Qin Yun nodded, took out the teleportation talisman, and said with smile, "Xiao Yun, teleportation talisman can let us immediately return to the bottom of the floating cloud heavenly mountain. Do you believe it?" "Ah, really? I believe it, I believe it. Big brother, you are the most awesome." Xian Yun is lying on Qin Yun's back. Her face is filled with anticipation as she looked at the teleportation talisman in Qin Yun's hand. She said with smile, "Big brother, let's go back now." "Alright." Qin Yun activated the teleportation talisman and the space around him fiercely fluctuated. Qin Yun and Xian Yun's eyes suddenly flashed with many rays of light. In the blink of an eye, they appeared below the floating cloud heavenly mountain. "Success," Qin Yun said with smile and put down Xian Yun. "Too awesome, this is much better than the legendary teleportation formation." Xian Yun said with smile, "As expected of my big brother. Let's go back, I want to make a few more." Qin Yun brought Xian Yun back to the Cloud Dragon Pagoda. Qin Yun took out the Gemini treasure mirror and began carving runes on it. Next time he wants to make one, he only needs to copy it. Just like this, he quickly finished making 9 teleportation talismans, gave 3 to Xian Yun and taught her how to use them. Then he will make 2 sets of clothes for Xian Yun to wear inside. Moreover, he will carve runes that will allow her to fly. When Xian Yun heard that Qin Yun wants to refine flying immortal clothes for her, she became very happy. She even took out the silk cloth she collected. This silk cloth is made from the body of some formidable immortal beast. Qin Yun has had the floating cloud runes for a period of time. This floating cloud rune is a natural combination. He can sense it just by closing his eyes. This is also the first time he is carving this rune. Qin Yun mastered this set of floating runes by fusing them together. Therefore, carving it is very easy. But because it is too complicated, it took him 3 days. He did not carve it on the clothes, instead he let the Gemini treasure mirror record it. Because he wants to make more in the future. In the holy lands and divine mountains of Immortal Desolate, as well as some places where flying is restricted, the demand for floating cloud rune is very high. Xian Yun has been quietly cultivating at the side. She is very much looking forward to the flying immortal clothes. Qin Yun is now using the Gemini treasure mirror to copy a set of clothes. Suddenly, Xian Yun abruptly stood up. "Little Yun, what's wrong?" Qin Yun hastily asked. "Big brother, I think I heard someone calling me." Xian Yun said with frown, "It's just, I have a kind of feeling as if someone is calling me." Chapter 1523. Flood Dragon Sacred Canon. Xian Yinyun doubtfully and fearfully said, Big brother, why do I have this kind of feeling? Did I provoke some powerful god? Don't be afraid, it's all right. Qin Yun cannot help but smile. This Xian Yinyun is Moon God's avatar. Then should I go see the thing that is calling me? Seeing Qin Yun beside her, Xian Yinyun is not that scared anymore. Where is it? Let's go see it. Nothing will happen, I will go with you, Qin Yun said. She still hasn't arrived at Great Dragon Desolate Domain. I just feel that she will come very soon, Xian Yinyun said. Wait until she comes, let's go see her together. Qin Yun is certain that the one who came is Xieqiru. As for why Xieqiru suddenly came, he doesn't know. Qin Yun continued to refine the flying immortal robe. Because the floating immortal rune is very complicated, he needs to pour in a large amount of blood spirit power to carve it through the Gemini treasure mirror. Although it consumes a large amount of blood spirit power, the carving speed is very fast. Qin Yun used the floating cloud divine needle to carve on the Gemini treasure mirror before. It took him 3 days. If he is familiar with it, he can shorten the time by 1 day. And now, although he consumed a large amount of blood spirit power, it only took him an hour to carve the floating immortal rune on the robe. Because it is not a defensive type immortal robe, it is not very particular when carving runes. Qin Yun made 2 sets in one go. After Xian Yinyun received them, she very happily put them on. Qin Yun followed her out and arrived outside the floating cloud heavenly pagoda. Xian Yinyun put on the robe and did as Qin Yun said. Very soon, she felt herself floating. After she poured immortal power into the floating immortal rune, its movement speed gradually increased. Xian Yinyun flew around in the sky. She is having a lot of fun. She very quickly grasped the key to flying. Of course, her speed is not as fast as Qin Yun, but being able to fly inside Great Dragon Desolate Domain is already very good. Then Qin Yun returned to continue making flying immortal robes. He is now making some cloaks for Hong Quangang and others. If they have flying immortal robes, it will be a lot more convenient. 2 days later, Qin Yun produced 10 sets of flying immortal robes. It's been a few days. Why isn't Elder Hong here yet? Qin Yun walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Outside, an elder of Hong Long Mountain was directing the disciples to build houses. Elder Huang, Leader Hong Long and the rest should be back by now, right? Did someone sneak attack Hong Longshan? Qin Yun asked worriedly. Little Qin, don't worry. Sect leader and the others can handle it. Elder Huang said, he contacted me through the summoning amulet earlier, saying that they've encountered a small problem. That's good. I'm worried that they will be attacked by the evil Yang race, and those guys from the inscription world. Qin Yun nodded. Li Longxian from the inscription world doesn't dare to deal with us. Elder Huang chuckled and said, those fellows are still unwilling to give us the Saint Profound Silver Crystal because they're afraid that we'll activate the Great Dragon Mountain's most precious treasure. Qin Yun knew that it was a very powerful sacred artifact, but he did not ask what it was. What is your most precious treasure? Is it a weapon? Qin Yun asked. It's a cannon, we named it Great Dragon Sacred Cannon, it's very awesome. When those bat dragons came, 1 shot was enough to destroy them. Elder Huang laughed loudly and said, Sect leader can't wait for someone to attack. Great Dragon Sacred Cannon? I really want to go take a look. Qin Yun said with smile. How about this, I'll go to Hong Long Mountain, I really want to go take a look. Finished speaking, he took out a white flying cloak, handed it over to Elder Huang and said, Elder Huang, this is for you, wear it and you'll be able to fly. Did Miss Xie wear this kind of cloak to fly before? Elder Huang received it in pleasant surprise and tested it. Sure enough, he can fly in the sky, this made him extremely happy. Elder Huang, go about your business, I will go to Hong Long Mountain to take a look. Qin Yun said, then left Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain with Xian Yinyun. Xian Yinyun can fly together with Qin Yun towards Hong Long Mountain. If they fly very fast, they can reach Hong Long Mountain in 2 to 4 hours. I went to Hong Long Mountain before. That mountain is not very high. Looking from far, it looks like a dragon head. Xian Yinyun said. I wonder what kind of trouble old Hong and others encountered? Qin Yun said. I killed 2 of Xieyang race's dragons. They should be coming to Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. Xian Yinyun looked at Xieyang in the sky and said with some worry, That Xieyang looks very scary. He keeps sending many bad guys from Xieyang race over. We must destroy that Xieyang, otherwise Great Dragon Desolate Domain will not be peaceful. Even though Qin Yun said so, he doesn't know how to destroy Xieyang. About 2 hours later, Qin Yun flew in the sky and saw a brown-colored huge short mountain in front of him. The mountain is indeed not very high, but it is very wide. Its shape looks like a huge dragon head with its mouth wide open. From the opening of the mouth, one can enter the inside of Hong Long Mountain. Is this Hong Long Mountain? This is simply the transformation of a huge dragon head. Qin Yun exclaimed in admiration. Hong Long Mountain has 2 places. There is a building at the top of the mountain. Most of Hong Long Mountain's disciples are there, and the inside of the mouth is the core of Hong Long Mountain. I came here as a guest before. I was only at the top of the mountain. I did not enter the mouth. Xian Yinyun said. After Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun arrived at the other side of the mountain, they saw a huge black ship anchored there. That bastardly Longxian is actually here. Qin Yun cursed in low voice. Old Hong is also inside that ship. Xian Yinyun said. There are many people on the deck of that ship. They are also holding up a big flag. Qin Yun saw that big flag. There is a huge dragon head on it. It is Hong Long Mountain's flag. They are comparing something. Xian Yinyun said again. Our Tsangshuan Mountain also had a big flag when we were competing with Hong Long Mountain. Let's go take a look. Let's land first, don't alarm them. Qin Yun said. Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun landed on the ground and slowly walked over. After arriving, what caused Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun to be astonished is that there are actually Xieyang race people here. Xian Yinyun is wearing a veil. After she boarded the ship with Qin Yun, it immediately caused a commotion. This flying ship is more than 1,000 meters long. There are many people on board. They are all disciples of the 3 great sects. There are also many Xieyang race people. Seeing Qin Yun arrive, Li Longshuan's face immediately became filled with anger. Qin Yun, you destroyed my ship and still dare to come here. Li Longxian furiously said. It's your ship that wandered around my floating cloud Heavenly Mountain. Moreover, you instigated Xieyang race people to attack Hong Long Mountain. You deserve to be beaten up. Qin Yun is not afraid at all. With a smile on his face, he pulled Xian Yinyun's lily-white hand and walked over. Hong Quangang saw Qin Yun arrive and is somewhat surprised. He thought that Qin Yun is cultivating and preparing to go to the Death Mountain Evil Forest. Shao Qin, why are you here? Hong Quangang said in low voice. It's not safe here. Quickly go with the little girl to Hong Long Mountain and wait for me. Old Hong, I heard that you ran into some trouble, so I came to take a look. Qin Yun laughed. Besides, I wanted to see Hong Long Mountain for a long time. Tsangshuan Sect Master and Bei Feng Sect Master are both here. Xian Yinyun asked in low voice. Old Hong, what are you doing? Are you going to fight? Li Longxian shouted. Qin Yun, quickly leave this ship, I don't welcome you. If you don't leave, I will throw you off. Shao Qin, go back to Hong Long Mountain and wait for me. I can solve the problem here. Hong Quangang said. Qin Yun nodded, then left the ship with Xian Yinyun. He followed a middle-aged man and headed towards Hong Long Mountain. That middle-aged man is very respectful towards Qin Yun. He brought Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun to Hong Long Mountain and directly entered the dragon mouth. There is a very large cave inside the dragon mouth. There is a huge door inside the cave, and there is a small door underneath the huge door. The huge door seems to have not been opened for many years, so Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun entered through the small door. After entering, the belly of the mountain turned out to be a very bright hall. There are many glowing stalactites inside the cave. "Two sirs, please sit down, I will go ask the great elder to come out," the middle-aged man said. "After our great elder Hong Long heard about Floating Cloud Sect Master, he is very interested. He also plans to personally go to Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain to meet you." And Qin Yun nodded and said. After the middle-aged man left, Xian Yun took off her veil and said in low voice, "Big brother, Hong Long Great Elder is very mysterious. There are many legends about him. Some people say that he is the oldest person in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain and has seen many old ancestors of sects." "Ah," Qin Yun said in shock. "Doesn't that mean he knows many ancient matters of the Great Dragon Desolate Domain?" And he usually rarely shows his face. Songshuan Sect Master wanted to meet him many times. He wanted to ask him to help refine something, but he never came out. Xian Yun said with smile. "But he plans to go to Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain to meet Big Brother. The hall that Qin Yun and Xian Yun are in is very special. It is located in the belly of a mountain. The ceiling is filled with hanging stalactites, which emits a burst of cool and comfortable light. Xian Yun is lying on a chair, admiring those beautiful glowing stalactites. Suddenly, a very strange aura came over. Qin Yun and Xian Yun looked towards a cave entrance and saw a bald old man with a sallow complexion walk out. The old man's face only has some wrinkles. He doesn't look very old, but his expression doesn't look angry. His eyes are also very stiff. "Hong Long Great Elder?" Qin Yun promptly got up and said with smile, "I am Qin Yun." "I am Xian Yun. Hello, old grandpa," Xian Yun said in low voice. "You." The old man opened his mouth wide, looking at Qin Yun and Xian Yun. His whole body trembled. He seems very excited. "Old grandpa, what's wrong?" Xian Yun very worriedly asked. Chapter 1524. Humanoid Holy Weapon. Chapter 1524. Humanoid Holy Weapon. Qin Yun and Xian Yun are also very shocked. They hastily went over to support the old man. "Grandpa, quickly get up, why are you kneeling in front of us?" Qin Yun anxiously shouted. And he already guessed that this old man might recognize him and Xie Qiru's past life. The old man is very excited. Qin Yun and Xian Yun helped him to sit on a chair. "Old ancestor Floating Cloud, young lady Qiru. When did you come back? Why didn't you come to find me?" The old man said, "Don't tell me you don't recognize me? I am Old Man Song. You all call me Old Song." Xian Yun shook her head with frown. "Grandpa, did you recognize the wrong person? My name is Xian Yun. You can just call me young lady Xie." Qin Yun is also very surprised. Back then, not only his puppet avatar came in, Xie Qiru's puppet avatar also came in. "Old Song. I have reincarnated. I don't have the memories of my past life, but I know that my past life was Immortal King Floating Cloud." Qin Yun sighed. "Ah?" Old Man Song stood up in shock and looked at Qin Yun. "Old ancestor Floating Cloud, I didn't expect that you would actually die once." Qin Yun said with smile, "Old Song, the current situation is very special. I am also not the Immortal King Floating Cloud from back then. You will always be my old ancestor Floating Cloud. If not for you, I would have died long ago." Old Man Song said, "Did you see? You helped me refine this body. Back then, my body was destroyed and only my soul remained. It was you who protected my soul and then refined this body for me." "Really?" Qin Yun said with smile. "It seems like my past life's level was very poor. My refinement was not good at all." "How is it not good? I am very awesome. After so many battles, I am not broken. Old ancestor, your past life was very awesome, all right." Old Man Song very happily smiled and said, "You finally took that thing from Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain. This is very good, this is very good." Xian Yun is listening from the side. She is also very confused now, but she can guess a few things. Old Man Song said again. Old Ancestor Floating Cloud, you taught me inscription technique back then, but I was really too weak. After so many years, I am only an inscription mysterious sect. Oh right, old song, where is the great dragon sacred cannon? Is it really that powerful? Asked Qin Yun. The great dragon sacred cannon is in Hong Chuangong's hands. You are the one who gave it to our Hong Long Mountain. Old Man Song smiled and said, I don't know where you got it in your previous life, but it's very useful. It allows us to repel enemies many times, but it consumes a lot of profound saint crystals. Since Qin Yun has the Lion King cannon, he wants to see if there is anything worth learning from the great dragon sacred cannon. His Lion King cannon can't keep up with him anymore. He needs to upgrade it. Sometimes, he needs to use the Lion King cannon to release his immortal power. But the Lion King cannon is currently unable to withstand his formidable Tao immortal power, let alone using it. Grandpa Song, what's Old Hong doing outside? He's facing Sect Master Beifeng, Sect Master Tsang Xian, Li Long Xian and the baddies of the Xieyang race. Xian Yinyun said in a low voice. Will he be alright? Old Man Song said, Miss Xie, you don't know that the North Wind Valley and the Tsangshuan sect are a bunch of ungrateful people. If not for old ancestor Floating Cloud, their two sects would not have existed. But later on, they often went against Floating Cloud sect. Qin Yun said with frown, Old Song, are there any other seniors like you in the Tsangshuan sect and North Wind Valley? There are some in North Wind Valley. Back then, he was an elder, his body was also refined by you, just like me. Old Man Song sighed and said, Back then, I had a conflict with him, I fought with him and then lost contact with him. Xian Yinyun said in low voice, Grandpa Song Big Brother's past life was really awesome, he saved so many people. Isn't that so? Back then, the great dragon desolate domain was filled with great calamities and many ghost beasts. It was your past life and old ancestor Floating Cloud who made this place better. Old Man Song said with smile. Miss Xie, you are still the same as before, you haven't changed a bit. Grandpa Song, Old Hong is outside, should we go out and help him? Xian Yenyun is very worried. Alright, let's go out now. Old Man Song said. Evil Yang race and those guys from Inscription World also came? Humph, these guys wanted to destroy the great dragon desolate domain back then. Fortunately, we joined hands to stop them. Old Song, is there that mysterious head inside the Death Mountain evil forest? How much do you know about that mysterious head? Qin Yun asked. Ancestor Floating Cloud, your puppet avatar back then stayed here for many years in order to search for that head, but it didn't find it. Old Song said, I've also been searching all these years. Is there no progress at all? Qin Yun asked. Of course not. I secretly entered the Death Mountain evil forest a few times and made a lot of discoveries. Old Man Song walked towards the door. He wants to go out and see Hong Quangang. What discovery? Qin Yun asked. There is a powerful seal inside. The entire Death Mountain evil forest is inside that seal. The strange thing is, when you were still here, that Death Mountain evil forest didn't exist. It only appeared later. Old Man Song opened the door and let Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun go out first. After Old Man Song came out, he didn't say much about the Death Mountain evil forest because there is a middle-aged man standing outside. Great Elder, why did you come out? The middle-aged man said in shock, because Old Man Song rarely comes out of this door. I'm going out to see Little Hong. I heard that he is facing a group of enemies alone. I can't let him fight alone. Old Man Song said with a chuckle. The middle-aged man is very respectful towards Old Man Song. What surprised him is that their great elder seems to be very respectful towards Qin Yun and Xian Yinyun. Old Man Song's body is refined using very strong Saint Tier materials, so it is very powerful and can be preserved for a very long time. As long as his soul is not destroyed and continues to grow stronger, he can live for many years. Old Man Song brought Qin Yun and Xian Yin out of the Great Dragon Mountain and rushed towards the large black ship not far away. After Qin Yun went over, he sensed a remnant aura. It can be seen that a battle just happened here. When Old Man Song arrived, Hong Quangang and the other elders and disciples of the Great Dragon Mountain hurriedly bowed respectfully. Even Sect Master Bei Feng and Sect Master Tsangxuan walked over and bowed to greet Old Man Song. They are all very surprised that the great elder Hong Long, who hasn't shown his face for many years, would suddenly appear. It must be said that the great elder Hong Long died a long time ago. The Great Dragon Mountain has been concealing it all this time to prevent the other two sects from taking advantage of the situation. Because the great elder Hong Long followed those old ancestors, his seniority is extremely high. Even the people of the North Wind Valley and the Tsangxuan sect have to be polite to him. Since the great elder Hong Long can live for so many years without dying, his strength is also unfathomable. That's why the two sect masters are very respectful to him. "Great elder, why did you come out?" Hong Quangang asked in a low voice. "Miss Xie said that you were besieged, so I came out to take a look," Old Man Song said with a smile. "Tsangxuan sect, North Wind Valley, you guys are really something. You actually joined forces with external enemies to besiege my Great Dragon Mountain." "Great Elder Hong Long, you misunderstand," Sect Master Tsangxuan hurriedly explained. "We are only sparring." The always cold Sect Master Bei Feng said with a smile. "Great Elder Hong Long, please don't misunderstand. We have no intention of besieging the Great Dragon Mountain. Everyone gathered here is just to communicate with each other." Old Man Song looked at Li Longxian and the 100 Xieyang people and coldly snorted. "Exchange? Do the scoundrels of the Xieyang race have the qualifications to exchange pointers?" "Old fart, clean your mouth," a middle-aged Xieyang race man immediately said angrily. "I said that you are scoundrels, so what?" Old Man Song mocked. "You are not convinced? Come and hit me." The middle-aged Xieyang race man wanted to attack, but Sect Master Bei Feng, Sect Master Tsangxuan and Li Longxian hurriedly shook their heads. Facing Old Man Song, even Li Longxian felt a lot of pressure. Li Longxian is from the mysterious inscription sect. He knows very well why Old Man Song can live for so long. Especially when he saw Old Man Song today. He knew that Old Man Song's body is refined from saint-grade materials. This was a humanoid sacred weapon. If they were to fight, everyone would be at a disadvantage. Sect Master Bei Feng, where is your family's old ox? Is he still alive? Old Man Song asked. Great Elder Nyo is still alive and on the way here. To be honest, the main reason we are competing is to divide the Great Dragon Desolate Domain's territory. Sect Master Bei Feng said. Divide the territory? Wasn't it already decided? Old Man Song said with frown. Great Elder Hong Long, my inscription world wants to enter the Great Dragon Desolate Domain, so we also want some territory. Li Longxian said. My Xieyang race will also stay here for a very long time. In order to avoid future conflicts, we also want our own territory. The middle-aged Xieyang raceman said. Hong Quangang said. Because Floating Cloud Sect Master gave Floating Cloud Mountain to us, they feel that we occupy the largest territory, so they are not convinced. Everyone looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded. I gave Floating Cloud Heavenly Mountain and Floating Cloud Sect's territory to Hong Long Mountain. What's wrong with that? Floating Cloud Sect's territory is too big and too vast. Now that Hong Long Mountain has eaten them all, we don't have any territory left. Li Longxian said. You inscription world people should scram back to where you came from. How can you have territory in the Great Dragon Desolate Domain? What right do you have to come here to fight for territory? Old Man Song nodded and said, Inscription world and Xieyang race indeed don't have the qualifications to come here to fight for territory, you should all scram. Li Longxian chuckled and said, Then you should have the strength to make us scram. We are now calmly and peacefully dividing the territory by exchanging pointers. Isn't this a very peaceful way? Don't tell me that you want to have a great war? Sect Master Tsangxuan sighed and said, Great Elder Hong Long, peace is not easy. If we fight, our local 3 great sects will suffer great losses. Sect Master Bei Feng also nodded and said, Xieyang race and inscription world can continuously send reinforcements, we can't outlast them. Aren't you looking for that mysterious head? Let me tell you, that head is inside the Death Mountain Evil Forest. Don't fight for territory, go in and find that mysterious head, then you can go home. Qin Yun said. Don't try to trick us to go in and throw away our lives. Who doesn't know that it is very dangerous inside? What's more, the Death Mountain Evil Forest was formed later, there is no way that mysterious head can be inside. Li Longxian said in cold voice. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.